Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in. How are yous? I hope everyone's well. Happy Friday. And hold on a second. There we go. Yeah. Okay. How are yous? Let me know if things are too loud or too quiet, as in music-wise and stuff like that, because I can't really tell, unfortunately. But cheers. Welcome in. This is a new project I've been working on. I've just started on, and yeah, it's a little, possibly interesting, probably interesting. It is. I think I'll turn that down a little bit anyway. I think it's it's basically some software for running some, for communicating with like one of these little hardware modules, like the kind of stuff that an Arduino would do, but excuse me for a second. I was muted. Okay, sorry about that. Yes, so where was it? Yes, so this is a little project I started recently. I have my 1200 over here. I don't know if you can see that. I'm going to move another camera over there. Let's see. Let's see. This is probably not going to look very pretty, but it's definitely not pretty. So there's my 1200. That's my dev machine, looking very devy. But yeah, so that's what's running here. I've got this Blitz Basic. That's Amiga Blitz running on that machine because I'm doing some hardware development, and this is the software for that. So what I've done is I've connected up a basic, one of these cheap Bluetooth modules that you can get on eBay, and that's connected up in there. So the idea is that I'm going to give this 1200 the gift of Bluetooth for audio. So nothing, not a full Bluetooth stack or anything like that, but just to be able to connect to an external speaker and use that for audio. And this is just came about because I was at it was an idea I had because I was at one of the what's that one? One of the Scottish Amiga group meetups, and it was a bit awkward to have the speakers going. So I would usually bring a big amp, but it's not needed for the smaller meetups. So yeah, so I don't actually have a small pair of speakers, but I have a couple of Bluetooth speakers around the place, and so I just thought this would be a simpler way of doing things. So this is the code I have so far, and the idea is that this module is sort of a standalone thing. I'm going to wire it into the audio output of the 1200, and I'm going to wire it into the serial port of the 1200, and that through the serial port you can control the module and see what it's doing, connect, disconnect, search for devices, that kind of stuff. So this is the software to do that, basically. yeah. So so this is what we have so far. We've got some preferences. I'm going to have sort of an array of devices, and basically it's just what you need is the MAC address and the name to be able to connect to things. You just need the MAC address, but for the user facing end of things, it's good to have the name there as well. Then we've got list entry. This is sort of in anticipation of the software. I'm gonna have a nice pretty list of all the names populated, so you can just click on one and click connect. That's the idea. So this is just kind of set up for creating a list of these items. Yeah, we'll talk about that later. But yeah, this new type is a connection type. So this is the current connection, whether it's connected or not. The volume setting, so you can control the volume from the software as well. The volume of the speaker, not the Amiga's output. Whether it's connected or not to this flag. Name actually is, I don't know if I can actually do that, but it's there anyway just in case, like to set the name of the Amiga side of the pairing. And then the MAC address of the current connection. So that's basically it. So we set up these arrays and these variables. So devices. So I don't know if like there's a practical limit to how many devices you might find during a scan. There's an array of 64. I can probably extend that if needed, or I can obviously extend it if needed. But I can't imagine it's going to be used in an environment where you've got 64 Bluetooth devices within range, but you never know. And some various other variables that I've set up. So the default settings are serial device, which is the built-in serial port on any Amiga. Unit 0, that's the standard one, 19200 baud, and the default name is Amiga, but like I said, I don't think I can actually set that, but we'll store it anyway. And so there's a lot of sort of experimenting going on at the moment, because this Bluetooth module, it's a cheap Chinese module, costs about £3 or something like that. It's speaking a weird dialect, so any of the data sheets that I've been able to get aren't quite there. Hello Andrew, how are you? Welcome in. And cheers. 'Tis yourself on a Friday. So I'm going to give I imagine this might be next on one of your lists for me, but I'm looking at giving my my 1200 Bluetooth audio capabilities. So a good day for it here. I'm looking very bald today. Thank you, Dave. Welcome in. That is yeah. Nice big LED lights above me. Yeah. Shiny, slightly sweaty because it's a very muggy day here in Glasgow. Very, very muggy. Yeah. You can't deny it. I do look a bit bald because I am a bit bald. But anyways. Bluetooth audio, I thought so. Now it's very hacky. Very hacky. Jesus, all the Scottish lads in today. As soon as I mentioned the Scottish meetup, they all turned up. Chemical help, yes. There you go. So yes, for all you guys probably know it, but yeah, there's a 6-week-old baby in the house, so I'm a bit sleepy, but it's all good. Trying to do some programming with a couple of glasses of wine now. I'll probably be asleep in an hour's time. We'll see how it goes. But anyways, this is a vague effort to give my Amiga 1200 some Bluetooth audio. It kind of half sort of works. The wireless joystick controllers. When you say get your hands on one of them, there is only one. That's the prototype. So yeah, that's kind of I need to rework that and do a V2 of that prototype, because I ran out of pins on the controller, and so on the controller chip. So I want to upgrade it to a bigger, better one, cheaper one actually, as it happens. I just used what I had in stock at the time. But yes, a newer, cheaper, faster, better one will do a better job of that. And he, I'm not sure it'll work from that kind of distance. But yes, so that's also on the list. I see I have too many projects. So yeah, is that James abusing me from outside the door? I think it possibly is. But anyways, yeah. So I got one of these little Chinese modules, and it's where is it? Well, actually, when I say I got one of them, I got a couple of them because they're so cheap. Why not? I think they were £3 or something like that, and that's the size of it. And it's tiny. And I overestimated the size of it because I saw a picture of it on eBay, and it kind of had, had the pins on the end of it. Those pins are half the distance of normal pins that you would expect on like a Raspberry Pi or that kind of thing. So it's actually quite a tight little soldering thing, and you can't just put pins on it and connect to them. So it's a little bit of an ugly connection I've made, not on this one, but on the one that's actually in the machine. But yeah, I think that was £3. Arik would be very pleased with that. A slightly dodgy, perfectly working Chinese board with very little documentation. And the documentation I have is wrong. It's wrong, and I've written to the guy on eBay who's selling them and said, "Here, look, have you got an up to date data sheet on this? Because half these commands don't work." And I got an automated reply saying, "We're very sorry that your item is faulty, and we'll work with you to solve this problem." It's not faulty. It's just like different. It's just not it's not the same chip that the datasheet has on it. So yeah. Anyways, so I'm trying to fumble my way through it and see what actually works on it. So far, I have something that looks a bit like this. Let's see if this actually works. It does anything. So we'll pause that for a second. So what I have is saying hello, AT, and it says okay, cool. Right, that command works. Asks for what's the volume setting, and it says volume equals 31, which is maximum volume. So that's it. So now I know for my software that it's up full. And then status is 0. You can see it there, which means that it's not connected. So then the next thing I do is ask it to scan for devices, and that's should be the scan command, but the scan command doesn't work. So it turns out that asking it to pair also scans. So these are the kind of things I've been trying to figure out. And so it says okay, I'm going to pair, and then it starts running a scan. And let's see if I can I have this speaker here, and it just sits in scan mode there. And let's see if I can turn this on and click a button. And nothing's happening. Let's see. We're going to get some. Hey, there we go. That's what I was looking for. So now we've got a MAC address. I've got the name, JBL Flip 5. So I've tried to parse them. I have obviously failed with the MAC address here, but it got the name Oh no, it didn't get the name properly. There's a colon in there. It's slightly off, but I will sort that out now in a minute, and then it is connected to it because I've tried to pair them before, and it is connected automatically. And so what it's doing is it's producing a load of noise because there's nothing actually connected to the audio input on the board, and it's just like garbage. But that reminds me, Andrew, you were saying about your Checkmate build there. You need to bring that to me, and so I can build you up a custom cable first, because I know we looked at it and we were going to build one with those cables, and some of the cables you need are actually kind of like that long, and some of them are longer. So we could have done it, but it would have been very messy. So I will build you. You need to just bring it over some evening, and I'll build up a cable for you, and we can do it all in one go at some point. Coder Grind, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome along. Where's my music gone? Oh, there is music. It's just very quiet. Welcome in. If you are new here, this is kind of my happy place. I'm coding Blitz Basic on an actual Amiga hardware. I will show you the Amiga hardware now. Where's my buttony thing? La la la. Is that going to work? It's a bit ugly, but it works. There's my 1200. I'm pointing at it with the mouse pointer. Of course, you can't see that. So up here, that's my 1200 here. There it is. It's got a Solus board in it. I'll show you the Bluetooth board is here. I'm wary of touching it too much in case I short something out, but that's it there, connected, wired in, and it's flashing away there because it's connected. And I'm going to turn that off because it's a horrible noise. But, so, here we are. This is where I am. I'm going to give my Amiga 1200 some Bluetooth audio capability. And so it's doing the scan. It's not a clock port device. It's actually connected directly to the serial buffers on the motherboard. So it's very hacky. When I say very hacky, I mean very hacky. It's soldering directly to the surface mount parts on the board. So proper hacky. But my kind of thing. So I did contemplate doing a clock port kind of thing mainly for the control of it, but the faff involved in that, and considering that very few people actually use a serial port anymore, I thought I'll just do it that way. But what I've started doing is developing a little mini breakout board. So what happens is this goes along the back little shelf, the back shelf just at the back of the case behind the where's my I'll go back to what was that one that I had, that one along here where the LEDs are. So just along that plastic bit there, what I'm planning on doing is making a little board there that has like header pins on it, and use that to solder to all the various points I need on the motherboard, and then have a board that clips onto that. And so you can pull it out and then just put jumpers on it to return it to original configuration. That's the plan. But yeah, it's very hacky. But you know what? Why would I do it? And it's probably not something that'll sell as a plug and play kit, but that one, yeah, I don't know what I'll do. Maybe I'll just release the design and say here's how you do it, and release the software. We'll see. But for me, this is going to be good because it means instead of having to lug my big amp around, because I refuse to buy a small set of speakers, I'll be able to just bring like that Bluetooth speaker to the meets. That's the plan. Anyways, right. So where we are is yeah. Here are some random parts, and here's a way that I put them together. Works on my machine. So far this is the interface, and it doesn't do anything. It doesn't even quit. I have absolutely no idea what the lag is going to be like, but because it's kind of like one of these modules that takes the analog audio from the Amiga, rather than going through software or anything like that, it should be fine. We're talking maybe milliseconds, but yeah, I don't know. We can test it at some point. Put it on the scope and see. Compare the original audio output to the Bluetooth output. Yeah, we can give that a go, because I also bought the counterpart device, these little boards here, which are cool, and it's basically just a Bluetooth receiver. And I initially thought they were broken because when I connected it up to power first and plugged my headphones in, all I could hear was noise on it. And I thought, uh-oh, what's going on? But it had paired itself to the sender, and the sender is not connected to anything, so the sender was just sending noise. So it was receiving the noise absolutely perfectly and reproducing the noise. I was ready to write a very angry email because I'd lost £3. But so yeah, what I'll do is I'll pair it with this, and we'll be able to test the overall lag that way. But anyways, yeah, further down the way. But anyway, so yeah, so the interface is not looking like anything just yet. It doesn't do anything. So this is where I'm kind of going to start doing things. Well, the first thing I need to do is actually get the MAC address. So, with the name was wrong because that had a colon at the start of it. So that'll be 26. So if the line starts with MAC address, we need to get those characters. So devices MAC string is going to be X string. Oh, so maybe I did get it. I commented out the bit. I used the wrong symbol there. So devices, device get MAC. So I actually probably have got the MAC address right. Let's try that. I have to just pair it again to. Come on. Oh, come on. Here we go. Pause. Or you can hear the noise that it's transmitting there. That's just the noise of all the electrical shit that's in this room. Oh, yeah. Okay, so yes. I have the MAC address. Oh no, I've done it wrong again. I've miscounted my character, so I'm one shifted to the left. Oh, we're going to switch this off again. It's a great little speaker, actually, that JBL Flip 5. It's actually Sarah's. She uses it for her teaching. It's a great thing. Very powerful for its size. Now, yeah, okay. So let's quit that. And the MAC address is it should be 8 and 12 characters. So that should be it. So this is what it was looking for, because the datasheet said that when it does a scan, it says all devices, and then it does a little count of the devices. All devices is 6 or something like that. But it doesn't do that. It doesn't do that at all. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this to check for the scan. Now there are far more efficient ways of doing this. If I had Nivrig here, he'd be having a conniption over doing a string comparison for the first 4 characters or something, because you can do that as a single long word check. You know, the first 4 bytes. But yeah, he'd be cursing me. But I'm doing it like this because speed is not of the essence, and this is how it looks in my head, and then I can optimize it later if I need to. But doing a string comparison like that is, it's not ideal. So what I'm going to do is scan. So when we do this, it should do one complete loop, and then quit the scan, and return me to the window, which doesn't actually do anything, but it might let me at least quit it. So let's try that. This isn't switched on. And it's probably too late now, is it? Oh, there we go. So, proper MAC address, yes. And then... when it finishes the scan, which takes maybe 20 seconds or so, it should quit. But how are you guys getting on? I'm just sweating here. Absolutely sweating. It's brutal here. Now, this is not giving me the end of a new string. Yes, absolutely. It's been a long old week for me. It's been a long and tiring week. Now, why is this scan not going around again? Because this is just waiting and it's reading all the time. And yeah, no, it's brutal out there. Oh, PC builds, but basically PC builds are like Lego these days, aren't they? What's been going on? Software, hardware issues. This is not rotating. Oh, nice. Oh, I think I saw that. You were down... Where were you? I can't remember where you were. I'm on holidays next week, the week after next. Ah, yes. Oh, I did see mention of the network stuff. Yeah. Sleep. No, sleep is black magic. No, that never ever works perfectly. Never, ever, ever. Ever. So... Yes. Ah, yeah, yeah. Cool. Sounds like you had a good time. Picked a good week for it. Now this is not doing the business. Why not? Why not? Why? If it kills you, if you have to replace every single component in it, you will make it sleep and wake up with all its faculties still intact. Because that's the main thing I find with sleep. Sleep itself, and I can make any machine sleep and wake up, but it usually wakes up without its network, or wakes up without fucking USB 3, or without the second monitor support, or there's to be something stupid like that I found. No matter what happens, sleep just messes things up, and it doesn't matter if it's Linux or Windows. A Mac can do it. I've never had a Windows PC that will 100% go sleep and wake up again. My work laptop does. That's it. But personal machines, no, never. Now, why is this not... Okay, so let's have a look at this. If left... Oh, for fuck's sake. Now that it will have shown me. It will have given me the string anyway, so it never showed me the scan thing. But that would have been a horrible bug if I'd left it like that. Oh, was it a Windows update? Driver update. See, the sleep thing is entirely down to drivers. I found anyway. It'll be the driver's fault, and updating the driver will just absolutely shaft you. See, what you did there was touch it once it was working. Yeah, true. You can't be missing the network support if it never starts up again. Oh yeah, what was the weird thing that my old PC used to do was just the color. Yeah, the color calibration. So it goes to sleep and it wakes up again, and the color calibration's gone, and just your monitor colors are all funny. Well, they're fine, but I was nerdy about that, and the color profile just disappears, and all of a sudden my reds are too red, and it's like blare me in the stare, this blasting red in my face. Like calm down there. Yeah. That was one thing. And network support on the Linux machine, network support wouldn't come back up sometimes. Very annoying. Right, so it should just go through the scan and then print the scan again. Oh, maybe it doesn't because it's connected. Because it's connected. That's why. once it connects, it finishes the scan. So the scan had actually stopped, but I was just looking for the rest of the scan. So what was that output when it connects? Let's see. We'll run it again and we'll try and reset the module. It's disconnected. So, hey, Volcaro, George, welcome in. How are you? Hey, how are you doing? Doing some hardware dev. Drinking some wine. Being very, very tired. And you? Yes, I've been away from streaming and away from pretty much everything because we have like a 6-week-old baby in the house now. So it's been a while. Now, why is this not giving me output? What's happened? Oh, it's quit the scan as soon as it got the first scan. Yeah, that's what's happened. Yeah. Okay, so we have to quit that. Stop. Okay. So at least we know that this line's working, but we're gonna disable that for now so we can see what's going on. Yeah. So back to some hardware dev. So there's a little Bluetooth module that I'm trying to get working, but just for audio. Yeah, there we go. Just for audio, this is a little Bluetooth module that I'm trying to put inside my 1200 so I can use Bluetooth speakers with it. So you see, once it finishes the scan, it starts a new scan, and it starts with scan ... So it will keep scanning, and so I'm going to try and connect it to this Bluetooth speaker, and we click, and there we get the MAC address and all the details of that. No, not that one, that one. Yep, so we can see, and it has connected. I don't even know what this thing means because this is a very cheap, very shoddy Chinese module that I bought on eBay, and it doesn't conform to the datasheet. There are 0 Google hits for the code on the chip. So it's one of these kind of where does this come from? But it was like £3. So I'm determined to make it work. That's the problem. So it is connected to the 1200 by soldering directly to the motherboard. Yeah. Now, you could connect it with a connector to the serial port. It's actually it communicates using serial port. So you could, in theory, connect, if you wanted to use a clock port, really, you could connect a clock port serial port to it and use that. But realistically, yeah, it has to be soldered to get the audio feed anyway, because it connects to the analog audio feed. So that's, so you have to solder to the motherboard anyway. So I'm doing that. On one of my Amigas, I've also wanted to connect a CD audio mixer. So I'm going to make a little board that has the mixer and the Bluetooth on it, and have another breakout board that can be soldered to the motherboard that gives you those pins. Yeah, anyway, these are the kind of delirious thoughts that I have on sleepless nights and when I'm half asleep all the time. But anyway, so what's happened is this has connected and ended the scan. Serial string read. So connect, and the MAC address that it's after connecting to. Yeah, I have I have too many projects. I have too many. This is the problem. But what I want to do is what I have in my mind is a little window with a list view of all the Bluetooth devices, and you can click on the one you want and click connect, click disconnect. That kind of simple stuff, and that can be done over the serial port, low speed. But this little module does not conform to the datasheet, so I have 0 information basically on this chip. So it seems to be similar to other chips, but not the same. So some of the commands work, some of the commands don't exist, some of the commands work in a different way, and you just kind of have to guess, have to like throw shit at it until something sticks. So anyways, we're getting there. So it's early days yet. So at the moment, I can parse a MAC address and I can parse the name so I should be able to start populating a list soon. But it connects automatically to anything that it's connected to before. So I don't know whether to keep that feature, probably, but I'll have to be able to parse that and highlight it in the list as connected already. But I can do that. I can do that because a MAC address, you can just check a MAC address. Yeah, the problem is, yes, when I get a better module that might be cost a bit more and connect it, it will speak a different language. So I'll have to kind of interrogate it to see what kind of module it is, and see. But I have connected it briefly to audio, and it works fine. You know, it transmits to my headphones fine. Well, to my Bluetooth headphones. It's like grand. I'm not an audiophile, so I don't know if it's like up to scratch noise wise, but to me it sounded perfectly fine. Oh, and that's another thing I want to do is when I'm doing the little breakout board for the 1200, I'm going to put a little pot on it that will let you crossfade the stereo, because if you listen to it in Bluetooth headphones, you get the hard separation. So the hard panning. So I'm going to put a little adjustment on that for for mixing the stereo signal together a bit. Yes, you know what you need is for best quality, you should get one of the gold plated motherboards, a Re 1200 motherboard. So you keep even more of that power supply noise intact. Because it's not it's not authentic unless you got the power supply squeal in there. Yes, that's actually a nice board. To be fair, the base MX with the crossfade on it. Um, I have to say I haven't been lacking for Paula output in any time I've used it. But yeah, it's a nice idea. But basically, the idea is I want to have a little mixer board that'll have that adjustment on it and little level adjusts for the CD audio as well. Because my show 1200. Oh, there it is. With its cover off because I've taken measurements, has a CD-ROM drive in it, and so basically this little gap here is where I'm going to put the board. So yeah, there you go. So it'll yeah, it'll mix the CD audio and the Amiga audio, and it will send it through this 3 pound Chinese thing, and it will and then you get Bluetooth audio. That's the theory. Oh, a small 3-channel mixer. Yeah, more capacitors. Yeah, it's something like that. The 1200 is actually has some kind of deficiencies in that area, because, and the 600 to an extent as well. But yes, some 1200s are worse than others, because you get 1200s where if you listen carefully enough, even with no mixers or anything involved, you can hear stuff from the mouse buttons. Maybe particularly the right mouse button, and it's because it goes through Paula, and if there's any issue with power to the Paula at all, you get this kind of issue. You get this kind of noise, and it gets much worse, as far as I remember, if you have capacitor damage, because you can kind of you can cause problems with the ground lines that go to Paula, and that causes quite significant noise, and sometimes causes the right mouse button not to work and things like that. But yeah, so that's what I'd look at if so maybe sort of a more capacitance on the power supply to the mixer, maybe to help isolate that kind of noise and to help absorb that noise. It's probably just noise on the power supply rails, but hard to know. If you can hear it, Oh, yeah, I don't know. If you can hear it from the Amiga's native output by itself, then yeah, it's just a deficiency of the motherboard, and your mixer is probably just amplifying that. I don't know. And to be fair, the mixer that I put on this board will probably be doing something like that as well. We'll see. Analog electronics. I was a bit weak at analog electronics. Oh, this is a kit you built, is it? Because I've yeah, like I can. Aha. Yeah, I'll. Yeah, if you could actually, I'd be interested to see that now because I have one drawn out. I have one designed, and basically what I've done is I've copied the 4000 motherboard mixer, and I've just basically taken that kind of general idea and done it because what I'm doing is I'm taking the Amiga's output, which the 1200 output is kind of offset. It has a DC offset. Well, all the Amigas have a DC offset, um, and that's what the 4000 mixer takes as its input. So hopefully that will be fine. Because it means not having to include extra isolation capacitors or coupling capacitors for that. So yeah, that's the plan. But yeah, I'm interested to see it because I will take as many different opinions on this as I can and make basically sort of I'll put them all together in the pot and make something that kind of hopefully just works with a minimum of fuss and noise. Okay, so now we've got a MAC address for those devices. So next we have to do, what did that look like? I had a connect. So I want to look for the connect string and then see what that looks like. Oh, I should have counted the characters on that. So what we want to do is seven. What was it? Was it capitals? I'll have to run it again just to get that. Thanks, I think. Good evening. Bonsoir. Alexandre Blender, how are you? Welcome in. You'll forgive me, my French is very rusty. Welcome along anyway. Now, let me see. What was it? Lefts. There we go. That's what I wanted. Cool. I'm making a little Bluetooth adapter for my Amiga. So that's what I'm doing here. I'm writing the software for it. So let's connect and see what kind of information I get. Let's pause that. Oh, clicky, pause. So send and read. Yeah, it's exactly that. Yeah, it's through the serial port, and because the module uses TTL serial, all I've done is just solder it to the inputs on the to the Paula side of the there's transmission and receiving chips on the Amiga, like 1489 and 1488. So just the inputs and so the Amiga side of those, if you like, is 5-volt TTL serial. So I can just connect that directly to this little board, and it works. So connect. That's the line we're looking for. What I should do actually is just copy and paste that. Let's see what it looks like to start with. We get all this information here, and we put that in a text file. We'll keep that for future use. And okay, cool. It is. Oh, it's a great editor, isn't it? Is it a Rug Workbench? RTG? No, it's not. This is native AGA. It's a 1200. So it's a little bit Oh, you're seeing a glitch here. That's not actually there. It's just the capture card doing funny things. But yeah, no, it's just a normal. It's running in. Uh, it's running in what's it called? Interlace mode. So it's a 640 by 512 screen. I think. Tell you now. That's the screen mode there, and it's running at 720 by 566, so it's using almost all the overscan. No, this is just OS 3.2. It's fairly standard. Actually, I keep it very standard because I use this for development, so I kind of keep it as kind of fairly straightforward. 720 by 566, 32 colors. So that's it. Yeah. Nothing special at all, to be honest. But anyways, yeah, so here's our line received, connect. So we're at character 21 and the MAC address is 37, which is character 17 by my counting then from the start. And so, oh, cool. Which is basically when I do a stream, I just kind of dump the stream onto YouTube afterwards. So, you know, it is quite there's not a lot of extra stuff that goes on YouTube. It's just most of the stuff is just like, you know, literally a dump of the stream. I don't edit them, unfortunately. I don't have the time. It would never happen. Okay, so so what we're doing is so let's get the MAC address of this. What did I say? 17, and it's a 12 character MAC address, isn't it? 48-bit Bluetooth. Yeah, I think it is 12 characters. So from character 17, just for debug purposes. So let's see if I'm getting the correct MAC address. Now I am treating these all as strings. It's brutal, but it's it's a 48-bit number. It's actually quite difficult to handle that in terms of Blitz Basic and the Amiga because it's a 32-bit machine. So so I'm just leaving it as a string because I'm not actually going to do anything with the MAC address other than use it for comparison purposes. So serial line read connect. Oh, it's all in capitals. Pants. Well, you know what, this capital upper lowercase thing, yeah, actually, yeah, no, I probably should keep it. I was going to convert it all to lowercase, but it just might make things complicated for other stuff. Let's go with that. So connect. So this should connect then. So there we go. Connected to Mac. Yes. Okay, so we've got that correct. That's excellent. And we can probably get the name from that as well, if we really wanted to. Do we need to? Yes, we do, because it might not actually connect to something that's on the list. So let's quit out there, go back here. Let's conmax con what character is that? So name is equal to, so 55, 21. That's character 35. 35. 35. And so we should get con max con name. Let's see if that works. Connect. Oh no, not quite. Has the correct MAC. Line received. Did I miscount that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. That's right. Cheers, Andrew. Thanks for dropping in. I'll tell you when it's ready to be put in your machine. 35. So that should be it, because when you don't give the third parameter, it goes all the way to the end of the stream, so, or the end of the string. 35. Oh, I see what happened there. Typo-tastic. Yeah, implicit variable declaration. That's what's wrong. Oh, I'm warm, but also want more wine. So, implicit variable declaration is a fantastic source of bugs. Oh, wow. Welcome in, a raid from Ted Zog. Ted Zog, you may correct me there. Escortian, welcome in. Welcome in, everyone there. Hello and welcome in. I'm Rob. Welcome along. I am doing a little bit of development stream, a bit of a dev stream here. I'm working on a little bit of software for hardware. Oh, and thank you for the follow. Thank you. How was your stream? Oh, there you go. Yeah. Yes. Always wait until you're finished talking. Absolutely. But welcome in. I appreciate you being here. I'm going to give you a shout out. Let's see. And oh, Soccer Kid. Oh, very good. Very good. Oh, yeah. Good memories there. How was the stream? Was it good? Excuse me, but yes, welcome in. So this is right. So it was an Amiga stream, so you're familiar with Amiga and stuff like that. Oh, you were doing a playthrough as well. Oh, good stuff. Well done. Yeah, I occasionally do games, but at the moment, I'm doing this, which is basically some software dev as hardware development stuff. So I'm writing the software to give. Well, what I've done is I've got a little cheap Bluetooth module that I'm going to attach to my 1200, and with the hope that I can use that for transmitting the audio from the 1200 to a Bluetooth speaker. But I'm writing the software so I can actually control it and list all the devices nearby, and connect, disconnect, that kind of stuff from Workbench. So that's the plan. That's what I'm working on. So far, I think I'm getting there. Let's see what I have so far. So this is what I have, and there's my little. So this is all the debug output from the module. So we can see here that it is already connected. So what I've done here is I've got it's found a device. So I've read the MAC address, I've read the name, and then I've got connected. It's connected to this device, and it's connected to the MAC address, connected to the name. So they're both correct as well. So I'm able to parse this kind of information back from the module. Because a few people in who haven't seen it, this is now. Forgive the lack of where is it? Forgive the messy setup here, but this is my A1200. This is my development machine over here, and it's a little bit of a mess. It's full of wires. It's full of one of my other projects. Is this board here, which is a Solus that's running the LEDs at the back. The Bluetooth module is here. I'm trying not to short it out. That's it there. It's very, very delicately connected, but it's a very, very small board. Costs about £3 on eBay, and it's got basically no documentation. So I'm kind of having to figure it out as I go along. But that's my 1200. It doesn't have a top because it always sits like that on my bench. It's always naked, always topless, because I do so much prodding and poking on it. But yeah, so that's what we're seeing here. I've got a TF1260 in there, and yeah, it's it's been through the wars, that machine. I give it an awful lot of abuse. Thanks very much. It's my personal happy place, if you like. But it's my, I was always that kind of hardware guy. I don't have a cat. I have a couple of pet humans, and that's more than enough. And they would be all over it if they could. But yeah, so let's see. Oh, I didn't give George a shout out there. Because George is also an Amiga streamer. And, oh yeah, there we go. Oh, Jesus, sorry. I was like, what? What happened? There we go. Ah, yes. Oh, so what event are you prepping for? For Amiga 40? Oh, that's where am I going? Oh, and yeah, so anyone who's new here will also see that I have, instead of like a death counter that, like, loads of streamers have death counters, I have a crash counter, because often my software crashes. Oh, is it? Okay. But anyways, George does OS4 development. He does, well, Amiga OS in general development, and a couple of other things like that, some OS4 stuff. So I don't know what you were doing most recently, but there you go. Give George a follow there as well. A fellow member of the Amiga Ireland group. Yeah. So, okay. So yeah. So we've got connected. Actually, you know what? Well, yeah, I've actually got an array up here for when we have a connection. What's it called? Con. So you know what? I shouldn't have created those. So scan devices. So if it does actually connect, I haven't actually. I probably should. But yeah, I've been away from streaming for a little while. But I will try and do some stuff. But as I was saying, I've got a 6-week-old kid, which is quite the time sump. It makes it tricky to find some streaming time, and also yeah, we'll see how it goes. So thanks very much. Thank you. So what I'm going to do is, so we're going to store the MAC address in the con variable and the name. True. So yeah, that's it. Another little Amiga on the way. Yeah. So now we've got the details. Con names. So there we go. So this is so yeah, we've got those stored now, and we've connected, so we should set connected to true, and also that is the end of our scan. So finished is true, so we're finished. So let's see what should happen now. Oh, con Mac connection, Mac con name connected. Oh, and volume, we should store the volume. Con Mac, con name, con connected. We did collect, we get our volume con connected. Oh no. Oh no, that is is connected. Yeah, we do that. So volume. Okay, con vol. Yes, no, we already have it in the right place. So we're reading the volume. So that's another thing. We'll be able to control the volume of the Bluetooth speaker from the software, which is quite nice without affecting the Amiga's output. So Mac name. What's going on here? Connect to Mac. So oh, I see. We haven't shared the connect variable. So I don't know if anyone's familiar with Blitz Basic or Ami Blitz, but I quite like this as a language. It's kind of it's like a more modern version of the 8-bit basics, obviously. So like I would consider this as a second gen basic. So whatever you had on your Commodore 64 or your 8-bit machine would be like a first gen basic. This is like second gen basic, and then you've got like, you know, Visual Basic nowadays is kind of I would say third gen. So you've got a lot of the structured stuff, and it can do pretty much anything that C can do on the Amiga as well. So so it's kind of it's very, very nice. It works well on the Amiga. But yeah, I would consider this to be on the same kind of level, like QBasic in terms of the language itself. But obviously it supports loads of cool stuff, like it's all the OS, like all the windows and, you know, the screens and all that kind of stuff. The OS itself, and it works very, very well with it. So what's that? Unwanted characters 209 Mac string. Oh yes, we can't have the string on. So if you've ever done any coding, like in another language on C, for example, this would be a struct, but in Blitz Basic it's a new type. So there we go. Let's see. Yeah, now it's compiling, so it's working. Scan. Oh, I didn't press the button in time, so it's probably going to finish the scan before it reads it. But I also need to test that works. So, oh no, it didn't quit the scan. Why is that not after showing up now? And why? Oh yeah, I disabled that line because I have to figure out it triggers at the start of the scan. Okay. It's still going. Why is it still going? Whoops, wrong way around. I haven't personally. The general wisdom is that it's about 30% slower than C. So it depends a lot on what you're doing, of course, because if like a system call in Blitz is going to be exactly as fast as a system call in C. There's no, because you're actually executing the OS code then. So, if you're doing a lot of stuff on system calls, it's probably going to be a lot closer to C. But if you're doing a lot of these kind of things, these are the Blitz kind of wrappers, and they kind of have a lot of kind of Blitz does its own parsing of arguments and stuff like that. So it's an extra layer of abstraction from the C interface, if you like, and that's where you're losing time. But for things software like this, it's plenty fast enough. It's not, you're not going to be you're not going to be short of CPU power for for reading the serial port and listing a few text files. It's a different story. If it's a big complicated bit of software, you might want it, but yeah, it's not for the stuff I'm doing. It's not a huge deal. But I did back in the day. One of my other projects was to do an MP3 jukebox made out of an Amiga 1200, and so I still have it. It's built into a CD player case, and it works. It works well. It has a little remote control receiver on it, and it has a mass player in it. So I wrote my own mass player driver, and to get the speed up on that, I wrote that in C, but I wrote the interface in Blitz. So there you go. Yeah, I feel it's a lot easier. I like coding in Blitz because it's very quick to get a result, a tangible bit of software. And that's my kind of thing with it. So if I want to write a program, I can 5 lines of code. I can have a window with some buttons on it that do things. It's very, very quick like that, and it's yeah. So you can get straight to the prototyping and straight to the guts of actually working it rather than doing a lot of boilerplate stuff. And this is the AmiBlitz IDE. It is quite nice as far as Amiga things go, or Amiga IDEs go. It is very good. It's I quite like it. Now it does like to have a better screen mode. So this is the native screen mode. So I've got the overscan maxed out to get as many pixels out of it as I can. But it's nice. It's a bit clunky, but it is even nicer on a graphics card because you can open, you have a better view of everything, better view of the text and all that. And it runs like AmiBlitz runs really well on OS4, and it looks really good with the anti-aliased fonts and things like that. It's really nice. Still 68K and still generates 68K code, of course. But yeah. Okay, so what were we doing there? So it's connected. Connected flag is true. So finished is true. It should have. Oh, hold on a second. Why? What am I doing here? Finished is true. What's that for? I've forgotten what I'm doing. I'm very, very tired. Receive serial. Repeat. Until finished. Why is it? Why am I doing that? Oh, I know. The wine. It doesn't take much wine to. In my current state, it does not take much at all. Yeah, I know. This is a leftover from earlier. I was trying to get, or from yesterday, I think. I was trying to get. I wrote my own serial buffer thing, but then I moved it into a different routine. So this is the scan devices. So here is my serial reading routine. So if you go to scan receive serial, here is my loop instead for that. So I moved it. That's what it was, and I left the until finished in the other loop. So scan devices only needs to do each iteration once. Hopefully now. Oh yes, yeah, so I've taken that out of it. So finished. We don't need that. Oh, I had disabled it. So finished is true. For debugging, I had disabled it anyway, so it was literally doing nothing. So oh my brain. That's a plan. You can all just watch me sleep for 8 hours on the stream. That would be. That's wishful thinking, to be fair. But yeah, you can watch me sleep until someone starts screaming in the door at me. Let me see. Where am I going? What was I doing? Yes, until finished is not what we're looking for. Quit is what we're looking for. We don't want to be scanning anymore. But it's a good point, Dave. I'm going to go and get me a top up. So I'll be back in about 2 minutes. Ooh, this is a warm room. So, I have the Scottish Amiga guys might know. I can't remember his second name, but there's a guy called Mark, and he had the 4000T at one of the meetups recently for the Amiga 4000 Tower, which is a rare enough beast, and the audio board was knackered on it because of a combination of capacitor leakage eating it and what a burnt trace from a power short of some sort. But I fixed his board for him, and I dropped it into him yesterday to test it on his machine, and it worked, and all good. And so I got a bottle of wine from him. So thanks, Mark. Got 2 bottles of wine, actually, to be fair. Got one from him and one from his wife or his missus. So yeah, thanks very much, guys. Okay. So quit equals true. So now there we go. Oh, look at that. And for bonus points, it probably has control back here, so I can quit. Yeah, there we go. So the scan is, it connects and quits. Excellent. So the next thing we need to do is get it to quit the scan once it's gone round, once the scan has gone round first. Oh yeah. Well, it's basically the same thing, because you know I'd be buying wine anyway. So God. So yeah. Oh, and yeah, that's right. George is was one of a very helpful tester for my Solus board, and is responsible for little the little notch out of the side of it, of the latest versions of it that are to accommodate the Indivision, or certain versions of the Indivision board that have a longer connector than other ones, and so yeah, the notch out of that is thanks to George. Cheers. Yeah. So, okay. So yeah. So what are we doing? So now we want to quit when we get a scan, but not when it's the first line. So we send serial. What we need to do is we need to make sure that we are doing a scan. So there's our main loop. So but we should only do this loop if we get the scan string, because we don't want to go into that loop if it's not scanning, because we'll never come out of it. Hey Javier, welcome in. Cheers, Sláinte, happy Friday. I'm back on the Blitz Basic. So we're doing some writing software to control some hardware, and so I'm controlling a Bluetooth module that I've connected to my Amiga, and so that's what we're doing here. So what I need to do is I need to check if the pair command is successful, and if it is, then so we see what happens here. Finally coding indeed. So I just have to be more careful here. So I'm going to see what happens when I do this. So what happens is, started from scratch a couple of days ago. I'm so this is the first time I'm actually streaming it, because I got this module and I can't find any of the information on it. So I'm kind of guessing half the stuff, and it's only I didn't want to do that on stream because there's an awful lot of swearing and looking at web pages and like, why the fuck is that not working? And you know, what's this about? So probably doesn't make for interesting streaming. But so once I actually got it to communicate over the serial port, I said, okay, now we're getting somewhere. Now it looks interesting. So that's where we are. That's where I started streaming. Cami, welcome in. How are you? Welcome along. How are things down your way? Oh God, my typing's terrible. I think I know what's wrong though, because I've got two keyboards in front of me and they feel very different. So when I switch from one to the other, my typing goes to hell. Nothing to do with the wine or the lack of sleep or anything like that. But what I'm doing here, Cami, I don't know if you just missed that or not, but I was, for the last few streams, I was playing games that were sequels to Amiga games. So basically games that the Amiga never got. So I was playing Populous 3. I'll go back to that, but this is kind of scratching an itch that I had, and I've connected the Bluetooth module to my 1200. I'll show you what it looks like. Oh no, that's the wrong one. Well, you can see it there anyway. Bob. Where is it? There we go. Actually, you know what? I can do. That look better? It's a bigger anyway. Let's go with that. So that's my 1200. There's the Bluetooth module flashing away there. Oh, there. That's it there, connected. Yes, that is it. So, so maybe take bets for how long I last before I face plant into the keyboard here. So that's the plan. is to write some software to communicate with that little module and let me control it from Blitz Basic, basically. Whoa, what's going on here? Oh, I paused the output, so it was working. So far I have it detecting. I have it detecting next door's TV, because that's not my TV. Oh shit! I've connected to next door's TV. Excellent. Oh, there's potential for fantastic trolling here. Yeah, I don't have a Samsung TV. That has to be. That's great. But yeah, look, and just as a kind of a yeah, yeah. Oh, because the input on this module is actually not connected to anything, so all they're getting is noise. Oh, absolutely. Oh, that would be so good, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? But I'd be happy with just having, you know, slightly subversive control. So not even knowing that I'm connected, but just occasionally I'll just switch it off or change the channel. Oh yeah, some specialist stuff. Absolutely. The guy next door does work in IT, so it's I wouldn't get away with it for too long, to be fair. Alarm says, okay, that's mad. Okay, so hey, there's a real world test. Yeah, exactly. That kind of thing. Just mess with their head. Like, who's sitting on the remote control? Samsung TV is probably ripe for the software exploits anyway. Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to see him try and hack it back. Okay, so I can't even remember what I was trying to check there. What was I trying to check? Anyway, it has connected. It's told me that one device has been found. One device found. It didn't find my speaker. After banging my headphone there. I'm so tired. But the speaker puts out noise, basically, because the actual audio inputs aren't connected yet. But that's fine. I can't remember what I was doing. What was I doing? But I have control back for the interface. Excellent. Cool. Deadly. So, actually, hold on a second. So it completes the scan. Oh, it completed the scan because it connected. I don't want it to connect to stuff, actually. That's going to be slightly annoying, I think. So, oh yes, I wanted to make sure that it... oh, yeah, I wanted to look at this. So, it receives a new line character. Does it? And then it receives scan. So it actually... we will have to do a couple of them here. I think we do something like this. Receives here, so we should get 2 lines from the serial port now, or from the serial, yeah, and that should give us scan ... Oh, ho ho! Ouch! Oh well. crash counters coming into use. Is it? Oh, why isn't it? Oh, there we go. Oh, what happened? Oh dear. Oh, is this going to be a hard reboot? I did get a guru. The capture card didn't kick in. It takes a while for the capture card. There we go. For the capture card to catch up with the native output, because technically the capture card doesn't support the Amiga's frequencies, but it works if you kind of nudge it enough. It's just on the edge of it. Just, so the capture card I have has HDMI and VGA inputs on it. And so the Amiga is connected to the VGA input. So it's one of these kind of shouldn't work but does things. And occasionally it just doesn't work. Occasionally it just shits the bed. And if you run A-Train in interlaced mode, it crashes the capture card. As in, capture card disappears from the device manager. It's proper crashes the capture card hardware. But it works for this actually really well. No, so this is a native interlaced screen that I'm feeding into the capture card, which is very cool, I reckon. So now let's see if I've corrupted that file. Was I? So we're still okay, I think. Someday I will end up getting in some fancy kind of scannable device of some sort, an OSSC or whatever. Okay. Now where were we? Did that change save? The make model of my little Bluetooth device. Let me just, I'll get that for you now in a second. Where was I? Scan devices. Yeah, no, well, I think the problem with the OSSC is it's not that it doesn't handle the interlacing, it just doesn't do anything with it. It passes it straight through. So the device that's connected to the output has to be able to deal with the interlace. So normally that would be fine, but it will give you a hell of a flicker. And the reason for that is because it'll cost you at least one extra frame to buffer it up to deinterlace it. So I can see I have my actual Amiga monitor here, and there's a perceptive lag there between the mouse pointer moving on the two screens. That module is yeah, so a flicker fixer is what you need, and there are other adapters that do get rid of the flicker, and like this capture card does that. But yeah, the OSSC is basically is aiming for lag free, you see. So it's aiming for, so adding an extra 2 frames so it can buffer it up and double it and smooth it out is kind of going against its whole like the whole point of the OSSC almost, because it's trying to get the lag down to the absolute bare minimum. So it doesn't do any of that kind of processing. It's called a KCX BT emitter, and I'll show you that there, but I know it's blurry, but there's very little point because it's all just Chinese symbols. But it's KCX _ BT _ emitter. I can hold on a second, I'll actually post a link to it. But to be honest with you, there are loads of different cheap ones, and this one, because the datasheets aren't available, it's a bit pants. So let me see. $4.29. I thought it was cheaper than that. Anyway, I think that was it. Anyway, $4.29 will not break the bank. Where have you guys gone? There we are. I think that's it. In Division AGA, someone else here can answer that because I don't actually have one, but I think it does. Does it actually deinterlace? I can't remember. But it does a whole frame buffer thing, which lets you use higher screen modes that don't interlace full stop. Like it has it's a full frame buffer in there. So yeah, yeah, there you go. Thanks, Graham. So I'm just going to check if that link works. It does actually work. Yeah, that's the module. Although no, that's linking to the antenna for it. So if you want to, there's actually it has a standard antenna connection on it. But if you look at the photographs of it, you kind of see this kind of board, and you see all the pin connectors on the end, and you think, oh yeah, I'll solder a pin header in there and connect all my my prototyping wires to it. No, it is it doesn't work that way. It's actually half the size. So the pins are on a 1.27 millimeter pitch, so it's actually tiny. I have seen people. Well, when I went searching for them, I found that people were people were putting these kind of modules in things like Game Boy Advances and things like that. And it's like, that's a brilliant idea. Yeah, that photo's nonsense. It's the ad is absolute nonsense. But let me see. What's this GitHub? Because I looked at a couple of these. That's the one, all right. But see the way, this is the thing. If you look at the photograph on that GitHub page, it's a totally different chip. Totally different chip. Yeah, I've looked at this page, all right, when I was trying to find the details. And so I found two different versions of the datasheet or of the programming information for it, and neither of them are correct. Or neither of them, I'm sure they're correct for whatever they were written for, but neither of them actually reflect what this board does. So, yeah, exactly. But, it does remind me of Arik and his kind of, he's buying these RISC-V chips with built-in built-in USB stacks and stuff like that, and he has no documentation, so he's kind of fumbling through trying to get the USB stack to work, and it feels like the same kind of thing. But yeah, it's kind of absolute dirt cheap. £4. Okay, I thought it was £3 something, but maybe the other one, the receiver one, I think that was £3, and they're cool. And it's got a little headphone socket on it and everything. And a micro USB socket because it's so last decade. It does, yes. And you can set, and there's a jumper on it for setting it for receive or transmit. But apparently you can just solder a wire to that and control that with an I/O pin, a GPIO, and set it to transmit or receive. But when you change that, you have to reset the module. You can't do both. So you have to disconnect and repair to whatever devices. So you can't just swap around. I suppose that kind of makes sense, really. You're not going to send. You're not going to try and receive from your headphones. Well, you do get headphones that have a mic on them. So, but anyways, yeah, it does one or the other. It doesn't do both. It doesn't do full duplex. But yes, it is for £4. It's fun to faff with, but if I was looking, if this was my job, if I was in work and I had to come up with a solution, I'd be spending 20 quid on one from a known brand with a book, or a nice big PDF to go with it. So, but there you go. Right, so. Okay, so that just died on its arse when I tried to compile the last time. Let's see. This is working. Yeah, don't mind that. That's just kind of need to fix that. No, it has quit itself. Serial string received, scan. I'm not... Oh. That didn't work as I expected. Course. So, start of scan text. True. I think in my old work I might have actually done things like that. I was doing microcontroller stuff for medical devices. But the new job I'm making, well, new job, like I'm there 11 years now, is making basically low tech. Well, it's high tech, but kind of it's there's no electronics in them. It's basically pipe work to replace your body's damaged pipe work. So, but I think some Bluetooth technology in there would be cool. Just like it connect to my heart, and it's like, yep, it's running. But yes, at 16 grand a pop, they're probably not, you know, too fussed about a tenner. Oh, I actually have one of those devices here. Do you want to see it? Here, I'll go and get it. Just two seconds. 2 seconds. So this is what I do in work. This is my baby. There we are. So, sorry, there's the camera. This is what I design. So this is, you know, there's not a whole lot of scope for putting Bluetooth on it, but you know, it would be cool all the same. So this is what's called a frozen elephant trunk device, and that replaces the aortic arch and goes down the descending aorta and replaces that whole chunk of your blood vessels. Yes, we do test them on pigs. Animal testing is a thing, and probably better to test them on pigs than on humans, because there's only so much testing of this you can do on the bench, and we do most of our testing on the bench because pigs are very expensive. But a bit of silicone tubing that we pretend is a blood vessel is very cheap. So we get it to like the finished state, and then we do the animal testing just to make sure it's safe. But that's it. Yeah. And so yeah, I'm the team that basically this is on the market. So I'm on the development team for this, but it's basically a case of at this stage when a material changes or when some other, you know, we do minor updates to it and stuff like that. And you know, so that's kind of what I'm looking at, is kind of keeping it on the market. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. Volunteers. You know, people will do anything for money, though. You know, I would say for the amount it costs for one of those pigs, we could probably offer it in cash to someone, and they'll say, "Yep, cut me open." But we're not allowed to do that. It's a crying shame. Yeah. Yeah. I need one of those, you know, embroidery machines, because it's actually made of fabric, but one of those embroidery machines that could and yeah, sew a boing ball into it. Yeah. Anyways, so what's happening here is these receive serials are not doing anything. And why not? Is it because of a delay? Is it because they're too quick? Let's put a delay of 1 second in there. And see if that does the same thing. Nope. Scan. Okay. Okay, so it says, okay, I'm going to pair. Then and then there's a new line, and then so that's so that, yeah, that's just a blank line, so it's just a new line character. It's 10 from this module, and then it does the scan. ... Hmm. Let me think. Let me think. Oh, that happened before. Ah. Okay. So it's actually getting absorbed by these are the two lines it's absorbing. So the OK pair and the blank line. Okay. Right, Grant. We got this. So OK pair, blank line, and then scan goes into the loop. Topical. Yes, yes, you could have an officially licensed aortic graft. Yeah, absolutely. I'll talk to Perifractic about that. I mean, 6% of 15, 16 grand is not to be sniffed at. I'll put a percent on that as well. Just commission, finder's fee. Was it? Oh yes. I see what you've done there, or I see what he's done there. Good God, the heat in here. Okay, so we need another one of these lines. Sends here, so we don't even actually check. So what we should do is function return device count. So if it doesn't pair, what we should do is unequal to so the first two characters of that are unequal to. Okay, again, the coders in there are going to be squirming at the thoughts of doing a string comparison like that. But hey, it's basic. So I'm going to do that. I know I can do it with like doing a byte comparison and stuff like that. I'm not looking for efficiency here. Yeah. That can come later. Maybe I'll open source it and other people can do that. Come to Dublin, yeah. I'll actually be over there in a while. I'll see if I can fit some time in. I'll give you a shout and I'll say hello. Oh God. Okay, so yeah. So if it's not okay, beer evenings, yes. Beer garden. Oh, you know what? It'd be a beer garden would be good. It's been a while and long overdue. It is. No, I'm afraid it's not a French wine. This was given to me by I repaired this guy's Amiga and he gave it to me. So don't shout at me for not drinking French wine. It is Australian. Yes, Australian. So I do like a Rioja. I personally, I'm a Rioja fan. This is a Shiraz, a Durif Shiraz from southeastern Australia, apparently. And it's all right. It's not bad. But Mark and his missus were swearing by this. They said, "Oh, it's an amazing wine." So fair play to them. Thank you again, Mark. But yeah, I would tend to go for a Rioja, but I think it's a summer evening, a white Rioja, or even a Mourvèdre. Have I murdered that pronunciation? Which is it's a less common kind of grape, but it's really, really nice. Oh my God. Red wine's probably a bad choice. You mean with the French, or you mean with the Ouija? I haven't gone tops off. God. I'll have you know, I in my last job with where I was doing the software stuff for medical devices, I did spend a bit of time in France. I was working. We had well, when I say we had an office, our parent company was in Paris, so I used to go over there quite a bit. And I was actually in Paris when I got the call to say I've got this job. No, yeah, but yeah. No, I'm still hanging on to the t-shirt and the Irish accent. Bit of self-respect, you know. But yeah, it is. I'd be if I was here by myself. I probably would be taps off. Um. Oh, is that what you're saying? Ah, yes. I do have a bottle of Buckfast downstairs. You know what I use it for? Um, I was poaching some pears in it. It's quite nice. Yeah. Yeah. Well, no, I'm not going to waste something that's technically a food. Starving people all over the world. So I was as I poach my pears in tonic wine. Oh dear. Um, which one WinUE am I using? This is actual hardware. Yeah, true. This is actual. This is actually my Amiga 1200 hardware, Alexandra. Um, but WinUAE, I actually tried out the most recent WinUAE 6, and it's a bit. Well, I say it's a bit unstable. It's exactly as unstable as the previous one for me. There's a certain setup I have that just seems to crash it, not just like the emulated Amiga crashes and then WinUAE crashes, but that hasn't been fixed. So I don't know what the story is there. I should probably report it as a bug. But anyways, the least we should think of hers. But yeah, so if you have Alexandre, if you want to have a look at this, this is my no, that one. That's my Amiga 1200. That's it running now. That's what I'm typing on with all the lights, and the scan doubler is not there's a scan doubler there. That's for the VGA output, but I'm not using the VGA output for the stream. The stream is actually the native output, and the VGA output is going to the monitor that I have here on the side. So, but there you go. That's it. It is full of wires and bits and clips, and it is working. Just the cable's not long enough, but is it? What's the cable program? There we go. Oh, focus. So this is also my other add-on. It gives you some stats on what's happening. CPU core is 50 degrees. Just shows you the temperature in here because the heatsink is 38 degrees. And scan doubler is 37 degrees. Now when I say the scan doubler, the sensor for the scan doubler is not touching anything. So that's the air temperature almost. It's just kind of floating in the air. So I'm going to lift that up and see if the value changes any at all. It's going down a little bit. I'll leave that over there and just see what the actual room temperature is like. But yeah, that's my development 1200. But yes, WinUAE 6 is a huge, like, ground up update, and it's incredible like that, because it was always a thing that you're kind of maxing out the power of it because it's bound to a single core, and single core performance is improving, but not as much as multi-core performance, and you know, cross-thread performance and all that kind of stuff. So the fact that he's able to hey James, how are you? Welcome in. But the fact that he's separated out the chipset stuff is unbelievable. It's, you know, it should do a huge, it should make a huge difference. James, welcome in. Now, James, if I remember right, is a follower from when I was doing the Populous stuff, and I'm still playing through Populous, but um, this is my other stuff. So this is me coding for my Amiga. This is my first love, if you like, and I was just showing off some of my hardware. Um, so this is what I'm doing. I'm actually writing some code here, and this machine, originally from 1992 or thereabouts, I'm fitting it with some Bluetooth and writing the software to control the Bluetooth on it, so I can use Bluetooth audio. So it's a very different kind of stream, I think you'll find. Very, very nerdy, but welcome along, and I appreciate you dropping in. So yeah, so for a while, and I still plan to go back to it. I was switching back and forth, but my wife had a baby a few weeks ago, so I've been off streaming for a few weeks, and now I came back, and this is just kind of like a project that I've had itching my brain. So now I'm just scratching that itch by working on it. But yeah, so I was working on games that were follow-ons from Amiga games, and so Populous was one of them. So we had on the Amiga Populous 1 and 2, and then Populous 3 came out on the PC, and the Amiga didn't get it. So I was playing through Populous 3. There you go. But anyway, happy Friday. Welcome in. It's very, very muggy here. It is. Okay, so that sensor's gone down. It's 31 and a half degrees apparently. It's so warm in here. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. So I'm sleep deprived. I'm getting a little bit drunk on this bottle of wine, and I'm trying to code. and yeah, it is. Yeah, I'm getting distracted, but yeah, we're making progress. Yeah, it's a PC. It's not a top of the range PC. Do you know? Do you know how mechanics always tend to drive shit cars? And because they can just kind of keep an old car running. I'm like that with PCs. So the PC I have is certainly not helping the heat in this room. It is. I can hear the fans going. It is mostly secondhand parts and parts I've inherited from my brother, who's a big gamer, and yeah, so it's not the, it's fine. It's absolutely fine. It's an older i7 with a 2060 and I think 16 or 24 gigs of RAM. So it's not like it's no slouch, but it's also not bleeding edge. It's fine. Um, and I have no reason to change it because, like, the heaviest thing I do is probably run Flight Simulator, and it can run that at about 60 frames a second. I'm not into, I'm not into 4K. I don't. It's a 1280 by, or it's a 1920 by 1200 monitor, so I don't have any 4K outputs. I don't care, and it's 60 hertz. The monitor maxes out at 60 hertz. So anything more than that, I don't mind. So, you see, that would be nice. I would love that setup, but at the same time, I can't justify the cost. So, this graphics card I got from actually one of the Amiga guys, from one of the Scottish Amiga guys, who sold me his daughter's old PC for 200 quid, and I had a 2060 in it. so that's where that's come from. Um, so so this is the scale of hardware I'm working on, but it's fine. Oh, uh, Blender now. That's a bit of software where you as much hardware as you can throw at it. But yes, but yeah, retro gaming. That's my thing, and the retro coding, retro hardware. But Dave, that's I struggle to even kind of think about how much more I could or what I could do with that money. What else I could do with that money than buy a 5090? Mm. And Lightwave, um, yeah, Lightwave is fantastic. On the Amiga, I never really used Lightwave much, but I used Cinema 4D quite a bit, and it actually has a. There you go. There's my mistake. Yeah. Yes, we have sunk massive amounts of money into different things. Oh, Ian. Oh, all the regulars are coming in now tonight. How are you, Ian? Welcome in. Welcome in. One of the Blitz Basic original guys, followers, and yeah, we've got a very mixed crowd here tonight. Very mixed crowd. Um, but welcome in. Good to have you back. And I am. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. What are you doing for it? Look, I've been talking shy for so long. The screensavers, come on. Crunch time. Crunch time. Um, I am. Oh, I see. Yes, yes, yes. For another update. Very good. Very good. Um, I am working on software for controlling a Bluetooth module that is connected to the Amiga, and so I will be able to hopefully connect my Amiga to a Bluetooth speaker. That's the plan. And yeah, so at the moment we are working on so if it's okay, so what we want to do here is we just want to give an error message here, a proper error message. So I'm going to pop up a message saying saying that we can't scan, and a single button saying cancel. So, and then we will exit this routine entirely. We'll clear the stack for the for the if. You probably don't need to do that. And function. And we'll return a 0. Ooh. Oh, there's an idea. Oh, I don't need more projects, Ian. I don't need more projects. That's a project for you. You work away on that. That's an awesome idea. Mm. Screensaver is very 90, isn't it, Alexander? I yeah, I have that enabled because my main TV downstairs is a plasma, and so you will get screen burn on it if you leave it for long enough. And I just like this. I like that screensaver. It's a relic, and you know, because I remember at the time it was so smooth and I had these curves on it, and it was like, this is amazing, because if you saw the same screensaver on Windows, it was very jerky and glitchy, and it was like, what? No, it's just a standard blanker, the one that comes with the OS, like. Uh, so yeah, the new multi-system 2. Aha. As NFC support. Okay. Cool. And is that for picking games, like, or what? What's that for? Like, what's it actually using it for? Like the multi-system 2, for anyone, like, it's a kind of it's an FPGA console that plays basically kind of like it's a retro console with an awesome bit of hardware, and it can kind of like morph into basically any retro console. Um, but what's I, right? So yeah, so if you have an NFC code, you can just tap it on it, or slot it in or whatever, and it will load up the game. That's awesome. That's cool. um, uh, so am I developing a driver? Sort of. It's not an actual driver, but the software directly for it. I'll show you. So yes, the idea. Oh, thank you. Um, the idea is to yeah, to control this module directly. So the idea is, if you look at this little window here, that I will get a list of Bluetooth devices in here, and I'll have a connect button down here. So I'll be able to, it will scan, and it will list all the devices, and I'll click on the speaker I want, and click connect, and it will do that. That's the plan. I didn't even see if that worked. But anyways. Oh, I see. Sorry. I thought that Multisystem 2 was like the second generation of that. Sorry. Capture card is hung. Oh, it has. Well spotted. Well spotted. Thank you. Oh, what is going on there? Oh. Uh-oh. Huh. Well, yes. Plug it out and in again. There we go. Yes, there we go. Cool. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so anyways, yes, I was going to run that and see now if it does a full scan, because we've got 3 receives, so we should skip 3 lines at the start of the scan. Yep, so there we go. So start a scan reads as a scan. So now it's actually scanning. Where's my speaker gone? Here's the speaker. Where's my power button? Oh, I hadn't switched on. Okay, and 0 devices found. This is what we want. So it has done that and done the scan and didn't find anything. So if we run it again, now it will find the scan. Right, now it will find the speaker. Hey, there we go. Beautiful. It's working. It's connected and we have noise. That's the noise from the speaker connected to the Bluetooth. So it is working. That's excellent. Okay, so let's make now. I think we're kind of good enough that we can do something with the interface. Right. So yeah, because those DE10 kits were getting they were getting expensive, weren't they? Yes, absolutely. It's on one of my it's on my list of many things I want to do, is to create an Amiga port of Blue Max. You know, I love Blue Max on the Atari 8-bit, and take it easy there, Dave. And you know, so Blue Max is an airplane game, and it's quite cool. It's very nice. There's actually a fair bit of depth to it, and I really loved it back in the day. And there was never a 16-bit version of it, and I always thought, oh, you know, that would be good with a bit of extra, bit of extra oomph behind it. But it's very playable and it's very smooth scrolling, because it uses this 50 frames a second scrolling and stuff like that. But the sound effect for when you accelerate is just to turn up the volume on the noise. So it sounds like that. It does actually sound like that speaker. And just when you accelerate, instead of increasing the speed of it, it just makes it louder. It's I thought that was one of the things, kind of like, oh, that's not very realistic. Not that anything in the game is particularly realistic, but some of it is kind of quite involved, and that kind of, it's funny that that's the thing that breaks the immersion for me, you know. So I will at some point do an Amiga port of Blue Max if someone doesn't beat me to it. Someone will, now that I've mentioned it, because you know what? You know what happened? Someone released an Amiga SNES adapter, so you can use a SNES controller on the Amiga. I was in the middle of writing that, and it was something I was going to do on stream as well, and writing the firmware for it. And I was kind of, well, when I say I was in the middle of it, I had started it. I had implemented the CD32 emulation part, and I was waiting on a SNES pad to arrive in the post so I could physically test it. So the SNES pad arrived, And then I think I saw on the Yorkshire Amiga group or someone that someone made basically what I was building. I was like, ah, fuck. Oh well. But yes, thank you, Alexandra. That's yeah, it's doing its thing. So we're skipping the 2 lines in between, the useless lines, and blank line, scan, and then we go into our loop. I have to open the window here. Sorry, I'm going to open the window 2 seconds. Ridiculous. Okay, so the window's open. Still, what temperature have we got? 32 degrees. Oh, I actually have an actual thermometer here. Well, I have a multimeter with a thermometer. And that's saying 28 degrees. So it's 32 degrees over by the Amiga. 28 degrees, 29 degrees in the air. Ooh, I'd love a cornetto. Thanks. Yeah. If you could drop it over, that'd be great. Thanks. But this room temperature red wine will have to do. It's actually going down very easily. It's it's like I said, Shiraz wouldn't be my thing, but it's. I think Mark's onto something there. I'll drink it. Oh, that was a thing we used to do back in the day in when I was in uni. We get a Solero, and you take it. You get a Solero, and you just yank it off the stick into a blender, and you pour in some vodka, and drink that. It was amazing. Oh, it was so good. Oh, it's a proper. It's a proper student cocktail of some sort. I'm sure you call it a cocktail. But that was great in the warm nights. Oh my god. And it wouldn't take too many of them to have you fucking dismantled. Okay, so where were we? Okay, let's do something with the interface. Right. Where are we? Okay, so let's just say this is working. Let's see if I can connect to next door's TV again. No, nothing. Nothing. And if it reaches the end of the scan, 0 devices found. Cool. So that's fine. So we'll quit our program, go back. Now let's give us some buttons. Buttons. So scan devices, we've done that. So let's go down to, we're opening our window here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this in a Go sub, and a couple of reasons for that. First one is that if I want to make the window resizable, I have to redraw it a lot. So it'll be important to have this in its own separate routine. But the reason I'm doing that and not putting it in a function is because the compiler in Blitz Basic means that you have to do the functions. You have to pass the functions in the code before you call them. So I'm going to put it down here. Is it better if false return? Where are we looking at here? Start a scan. I'm not sure where you're talking about. Is this what you're talking about? Oh, sorry. Are you asking the question? Well, if true all stuff is a nice way to do it, if you've got like a nice structured kind of so yeah, it's if true, then do that and indent everything. That's the way I would do it if I was doing it in C. But because I sometimes do it that way. It depends on what's happening. But in Blitz, I don't know. I'll do it. I will do both, or I'll do either depending on my mood or depending on what way the code is sitting. And at the moment, this is kind of very prototypey code, so it's looking a bit more basic than it should, I suppose, in a kind of a basic as opposed to C. But in C, I would normally do if true all the stuff, and I just nest everything inwards. And I do that sometimes, but for this, I'm not going to be doing that with this particular routine. Spelling. Draw window. Hey, yes. So, we need some gadgets in our window. So what we're going to do is, first thing we need is a list. I can't remember how to do this. I can't remember. So if you press Shift in Blitz Basic or in Ami Blitz, you press Shift Help, you get the help pages for that particular command, which is very nice. But yeah, that is literally what I meant. It looks more basic. I don't mean simple. I mean more basic, Blitz Basic than C. Because Blitz, you tend to go for the monolithic code chunks, and yeah. But yeah, I could do both. But for simple stuff as well, when there's not going to be that much call to fall out of the code or to quit, it would just be it'd just be a simple, could I open the serial report? No, then quit. It's simple enough to do that in 4 lines and not indent the entire thing. Oh, James, I'm impressed you're still here. Like, fair play. And is this the same software that the banks are using to this? I'd be very worried if any banks were using anything to do with Blitz Basic. You could drive a train through this security, to be fair. Yeah. I was going to say, no, it's pretty secure because no one knows how to hack it because it's so old and obscure. But as soon as it becomes less obscure, then suddenly it's a problem. But yeah, no, it's not a secure system. It's kind of whoo. Yeah, COBOL's where you want to go. That's the stuff. If you can speak COBOL, you're guaranteed a job, because the people who originally wrote that software are all dead or retired. I suppose I should probably say retired, by whatever means they retired. But yeah, that's geez, that's a different kettle of fish. But yeah, the Amiga actually has a help button. I'll show you. Where's my moving camera gone? We'll do that one, right? So here's my roving camera. Here's my keyboard setup here. I've got my PC keyboard, my wine, my water, which is long gone, and that's the Amiga keyboard. And you can see it looks like a PC keyboard, but it's a bit simpler up here. You've got delete and help. Oh, that way. And the help button actually does stuff. And you've only got 10 F keys. And for people making new Amiga keyboards, the way you can make custom keyboards nowadays, and you can buy the parts and stuff like that. This is a nightmare because the F keys have a certain slope on them, and they're a different size on the Amiga, and that's a big problem. But yeah, that's an Amiga keyboard there, and the PC equivalent. There you go. Whoa, that's the corner of my speaker. Oh, 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 my camera's drunk. I doubt it's my camera. It's probably me. I can't even get it back where it was. I had it propped up. Oh, there we go. Okay, it's close enough anyway. Oh, dear. I hope you remind them that, you know, the thrown away Amigas, they're probably worth a fortune nowadays. Like, an Amiga, like that keyboard I showed you, you could easily get 100 plus quid for that. And it's a horrible feeling keyboard in comparison. Yeah, and the monitors too, you know, that's yeah. But like that's what happened back in the day. Like, I threw away, back in the day I had an Amiga 1200 that was dead. And I just bought another one, second hand. Exactly. I threw it away because I didn't know enough. I didn't have the tools or equipment or skill or knowledge to repair it. And nowadays I would. But nowadays, the chips alone on the motherboard are worth 300 quid. Well, maybe not. 200 quid, let's say. Just the fucking chips. And I threw them in the bin. Oh. Ah, yeah, hindsight and all that. If I'd kept that motherboard, but I was like, you know, I was moving house and stuff like that. I was like, why do I need this dead Amiga motherboard? And yeah. Well, the problem is, people have already found the warehouses full of them, and they sell them, and so you can still buy the chips brand new. But people have the warehouse stocks of them, and they know exactly what they're doing. So you can buy a brand new chipset, £380. There you go. Like that. That's buying it from the people who found the warehouse full of them. It's mental. It's absolutely mental. Yeah, a 12, 30, 50. That, you know what? That's kind of like that's the ideal Amiga machine these days. There are people who will pay a lot of money for a machine like that now. But yeah, that's what happens. I'm a bit of a hoarder. Oh, which way am I going? I'm a bit of a hoarder, as you can see. But you know, I'm keeping this stuff, and I never threw away any of my consoles or any of my games, and excuse me, other than the dead 1200. But that's you know, I'm fortunate now because I still have that stuff, and I can still use it like this. But yeah, there's, you know, that was the normal thing. It's like, oh, you know, I got a PlayStation. What do I want the Amiga for? And you know, chuck it in the bin. I'll have yeah, it'll be on YouTube if you ever want her to show this random drunk nerd ranting about why you shouldn't throw away old electronics. Look, yeah, I suppose I was lucky in that I kind of are you saying you were you were lucky? But yeah, this is what happens. You do have to make choices sometimes, and I'm lucky that I never had to make that decision, because I stored the key stuff, the stuff that was still working, in my parents' attic, and they were happy for me to do that. And now, you know, now it still exists. Mm. Mm. Well, exactly. The chips, like, my God, those chips. You buy them, if you buy those chips nowadays, they come in these luxury little boxes. Do I have one here? I do. Like, you buy the chip and it comes in a box like that. That's a Ramsey chip for 4,000, and it comes in this fancy little box that you open up, and it's just a chip. It's just a 25-year-old chip, and that's about 80 quid. Like, no wonder it comes in a fucking jewellery box, like. George, you know what I have in that attic is, now, I should say this. It was mint when I put it up there, but I have a mint version of Ocarina of Time, N64 cartridge and a mint version of Majora's Mask with the gold cartridge, both in their boxes. They're up there. I also have the Game Boy Player for the GameCube, which I believe is worth a lot of money now. I'm just trying to think. Do you know where I live? Or do you know where my parents live? But yeah, that box, it's nuts. Like, this is what it is. So you spend 380 quid, you get like 6 of these boxes to open up, and each one has its own warranty sticker and everything. It's a crazy world. It's a crazy world. Anyway, let's make a list view. A list view. GT list. ID. XY width, height, text string, flags. Let's. I'm on the right page already. James, for your, you're probably the only non-Amiga guy here, but this is Amiga OS. Oh, Code Grind, how are you? Who sells these original chipsets? Individual computers have a load, and Analogic in the UK have them as well. Individual computers will only sell the full chipsets. You can't buy an Alice chip because the Alice chip is always the one that dies on the AGA chipset. But cheers. So Alenia, I don't think Alenia have them. I think it's only Analog or individual computers, and they both charge a kidney for a chipset. And the reason, like, I'll explain this again for James, is the reason that people sell these chipsets is because people have reverse engineered the motherboard, so you can buy a blank motherboard and solder the chips to it yourself. So I'm doing one here, and this is an Amiga 4000 one that is being refactored to fit a PC tower case. But see what I mean? These are the chips. Those chips there. They're big, old, clunky chips. That's them. That's Fat Gary. They have great names. There's Lisa, Fat Gary, Paula. Oh no, Paula. Alice. Bridget. Buster. Ramsey. There you go. That's about 300 and something quid. They usually say, to be fair to them, I think they usually say whether they're new or pulls, or well, see, they'll say they're new, but if they don't say they're new, they're pulls. You know what I mean? So they make a point of selling new old stock chips. But the Agnes chips are less rare, I suppose. The Agnes chips are from the 500, which is one of the older Amiga models, and well, yeah, there are a few different varieties of it. Some of them are very sought after because they can do magic on the old motherboards. But I don't know. I say a lot of them are pulls, but some of them could be new. But if it doesn't specifically say NOS, it'll be an old pull because they can charge a fortune for new NOS chips. But anyways, I was going to say, so this is the Amiga's OS. So it's something that's kind of a bit foreign if you're using PCs. Here's your desktop. You got a load of icons here. You can run your software, double click the usual stuff. Instead of folders, you've got drawers because the workbench is not a desktop. And but the key, the interesting thing here is your screens. Software can open its own screen, which has its own resolution. So it's like a desktop in Linux, but they open them arbitrarily and you flick through them with this. And it's one of those cool Amiga things. So anyway, so this software opens on its own screen and keeps the desktop free for other stuff, which is good when you've got a low resolution. But okay, so where were we? So we're going to GT list view. So 0 is our list view. 0. We'll just do the numbers to start with. Yeah, and that's the key thing. You can pull it down, and you have a totally different setup. It's different in sort of. You can imagine in PC land if you had yeah, if you ran a game and it had a very low resolution and your monitor switched to it, you know, like, you know, you've got a, let's say, a 4K monitor, and then you launch a game that only runs in full HD, and then your monitor switches to full HD mode, and then if you alt tab out of it, you go back to your 4K screen. But imagine if you could drag the top of your window screen down, and you could see the full HD screen, like here, in a quarter of it. That's what the Amiga can do. Like, and that's how it was with software, except games, because games shut down the OS because they wanted to get every CPU cycle for themselves. But that's a different story. But software that needed different resolutions could open different screens, and this was like absolutely mind blowing, and still there's nothing quite like it. But anyways, so GT list view. A list view is kind of a list gadget. So let's look at this ID. For the moment, we're just going to do 1010. I can't remember what size our window is. Did I make them shared variables? I need to. So inner width, inner height, they're important. But what we're going to do is and you can do things like that as well. So you can see the way if you have a window in front, it also doesn't lose focus. It's one of those little things that kind of makes things nicer sometimes. But like in any other OS, when you click on that straight away, it's to the front, but you have to double click to put it in front. And it's one of those things that's nice because you can have your notes open somewhere, and the windows will overlap and they don't get taken over. There's a lot of little things like that are kind of, oh, this is really cool. Yeah, that's it. It sounds funny having a web browser using 256 colors these days, you know, but back in the 90s, this was the shit. Like, inner width, inner height. Devices, flags. What do we do below? Inner height minus 50. Let's do that. Place text below. And what was the last thing? Flags. Flags. Come on, list. List is oh, what did I call that? Good night, James. Thanks for dropping in. And I hope you enjoyed it. Cheers. And sure, we'll chat again soon. You know, I appreciate you stick around for something that's basically pretty foreign. Good night. Yeah. So where let me see. Where were you looking at? List entry. Night. Oh, devices is our list. Oh no, devices. That device is a Mac, and the MAC address and the name. We just want the names in our list. So and it also has to be a list. Listened. Dim list. Oh, is it dim array name list? I thought dim list was first, but let's try it like this. Dim list, device list dot list. List entries. and we leave empty brackets. Oh no, we don't. We put a 0 in there, and this is an Ami Blitz thing. So it's a dynamic list that you'll know from other language. Excuse me, from other languages, which means that as you add items to it, the list. As you add items to it, it just basically allocates more and more memory. So it expands, the list expands, and is only limited by memory. Under Blitz Basic, you had to define a maximum number. So the maximum was still defined. But yeah, for the device list, for Ami Blitz, it's you can give it a limit of 0 and it will just allocate RAM on the fly. Comes with downsides, as in... Oh yeah. Oh, fuck, what did I call it? Device list, of course. And device list, without any index in the brackets. List. And then selected, we won't have anything selected at the moment. And so what we do is we redraw that list as we're scanning. So scan devices is here. Scan devices. Okay, so if we find a device, MAC address, name. Device count is added. Okay, where are we increasing our device count? Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay. So fuck it. What's it called? Device list. So we have to do an if statement there, just because if you can't allocate that RAM for anything, you have to quit it. You have to you can't access that RAM, because you don't want to just assume that you're able to allocate an extra 12 bytes and then write to it, because I mean, if you're short of 12 bytes of RAM, you're going to have other issues. But you always check. It's good practice. Okay, if I add item device list, and you access the list by saying device list, and that devices, device count, name. Is that it? And then what we should do is, oh, how do you refresh the thing? There's a procedure to it. There's a procedure to it. What's the procedure for detach? No. Oh. GT list. Oh no, that's not what he wanted. That's the actual list of gadgets, GT list view. We already looked at this. Oh, that's something. Add IDCMP, list view IDCMP. Oh, what's happened here? Uh-oh. Oh, is that a bug in multi-view? In the 3.2 multi-view? Or is it, yeah, exactly. Have I poked too far? Too much. Too far, yeah. Oh, who knows? Who knows? Add list view IDCMP to the window. Where's my window? Where do I open the window? Window there. Whoop. What does that do? Let's add in default. Okay, so I think you have to do this before you open the window. So add list view. I can't remember what it is, so let's go in here. Constant. List view. Oh, what's it? What is it? What is it? Sorry, my list view IDCMP. It is. Why is that not showing up? List view IDCMP. Is that going to tell me? No. Device list. Device list. Device list is there. Oh, I didn't share it. So it's not inside that function. I didn't import it, as you would say in modern terms. List view IDCMP. So IDCMP list view. Now, if this shows up now, I'm going to be annoyed. IDCMP. Surely it's not case sensitive. No, it's not. Constants. Amiga libs.res. That's weird, but that's not showing up anything. Anyways, right. That should be add IDC. Okay, so actually that should be up here to open the window with that. See if that works. No. IDCMP list view. Oh. IDCMP. Am I making an absolute balls of this now? Let's see. IDCMP. IDCMP, yeah. Are they missing from that res? Let's change it to all.res. Oh, I was going to say something's crashing. Okay. That did something. What is going on here? Oh yeah, there's something bad happening here. Yeah, look, it's yeah, no, the IDCMP codes aren't there. What's going on? Badness is happening. Something bad is happening. Well, this is when you go to compiler settings, see this here. That's residence is the same kind of thing as includes in C. That's a pre-compiled include. So it's a binary include, if you like. And amigalibs.res should include all of the Amiga constants. You can see them there. That's really weird. See, I've got IDCMP close window here, and that works. Okay, well, forget it for now, because we will need to add that, because the events are a bit funny if you don't add it. But anyways, yeah, sorry, that's kind of annoying. See, it compiles fine with IDCMP thingy-majiggity, what's it called? I didn't complete the construction of that window. But that's fine. There we go. So we're attaching GTList 0 to Windows 0. And so scan devices, let's have a look here. So what were we doing here? Oops. If add item, so add item adds a blank line. GT disable commands. So GT change list, that's what it is. GT change list. Well, yeah, if you're adding more than one, you would OR them, but for this, it should just work for a single one. Yeah. That's a weird one. Oh, what was that command? Detach GT list. No. GT change list, thank you. GT change list 0,0. Oh no, sorry, we have to do this before we change the list, and then after we change the list, we reattach it. And what that does is it means that we're not pulling the rug from under GAD tools, because that would mean crashes. Lsit, yes, of course. GT change list. Did I attach GT list? Let's see if we get a GT list at all here. GT, no. Oh, maybe the scan has to finish. Oh, damn it. Scan devices happens after the window's open, before it's built. Does it? Oh no. Draw window is there. And then scan devices, attach GT list. GT list view. GT button 10. Let's say I'm gonna change all these values afterwards, but just to get it x comma y. Y is minus 30. Width text is no. Place text in. Are we getting? Why aren't we getting gadgets? Why aren't we getting gadgets? Oh, that's finished the scan early. What happened there? Oh, I wasn't even watching that. I don't know what happened there. Yeah, that's basically that's how the OS defines what should be done. So this is basically the same thing in the Blitz parlance. Draw window, attached GT list. What am I missing? What am I missing? Attached GT list. Yeah, it should attach GT list. Attach the specified. While it is not attached to a window. No, I was completely wrong. Sorry. Go sub draw window. Oh no, I was right. So go sub draw window should be your window's open at that stage. Draw window. Then we create the list view for GT list 0. Oh, is there something bad about the? What's going on? What is going on? Oh, I know what's happened. I know what's happened. I haven't defined the inner width and inner height. Because, yes, sorry, everything's based off of kind of negative coordinates and it just rejects them altogether. So, inner width. And I use these because you don't know the thickness of the borders when you're opening a window like that. So this gives, in the olden days you had a fixed border width, but these days you don't. And so, for example, this bottom border is twice as big as it is by default because it's set for an interlace screen, and so it's double the number of pixels there. So so under 3.1 that would be only half the width. Yay, there we go. So we've got a connect button. Connect! And we'll quit this. We'll quit it right now. Fine, we didn't connect to anything. Let's re-enable this code we should get a GT list. Hey, starting to look like a thing. Yeah, don't mind the overlap there. It's not going to find anything, of course. So let's run it again when we're ready to search. Where's my speaker? Okay. Let's compile. Oh dear. Missed it. Oh, I need to add a scan button. So let's run it again. Oh, the bloody speaker's gone to sleep again because it didn't connect. Oh. Okay, speaker is now connecting. Oh, it stopped very quickly there. Why? Hey! That's the stuff. Oh. Oh, that's satisfying. I'm so happy. Cheers. So let's quit that and now add a scan button. Actually, you know what I'm going to do first? I'm going to take a bio break. Be back in a second. Oh. Speaker's making funny noises. In my drunken state, I don't know whether to try soldering wires onto where they should be or not. I think I'm going to leave it. I will solder the wires for actually getting an audio output from the Amiga some other time. But, oh yeah. Fucking delighted. Let's do that again for shits and giggles. Let's do it. Recompile it. Hey, it wasn't a fluke. It actually works. And so that's a single click. But what you can do is you can set the flags for the list, and it will. Then you can what's it called? I forget what I was going to say now, but you can get it so that it stays on. Now basically it's all done on the module. So this is just the text. The module is telling me over the serial port what devices are available. So the Amiga won't know that there's a new audio device or anything like that. It's not a full Bluetooth stack. This is going to hack into the Amiga's audio output, and that means that it'll run without the OS. So game audio will go over the Bluetooth as well. So that's the plan. It's literally so I can bring that little speaker to meetings instead of having to bring my amp and speakers. And that's it. So that's the plan. So let me look at the list view flags. This is not helpful. I need to look at the yeah, you know what? I have never ever owned a set of computer speakers. Never in my life have I owned a set of computer speakers. Don't say things, Dave. That's not the point. That's not the point. The point is, rather than buy a new Bluetooth speaker, I'm going to spend dozens of hours of my life getting that to connect instead. That's but it is a lovely speaker, and it only has Bluetooth, and yeah, it doesn't have USB, or doesn't have yes, exactly. I'm future proofing my Amigas. That's what I'm doing. Yes, I could. Do you know I had an old TV, an old CRT TV, like a 14-inch, like a cheap, it would be an Argos kind of job, like, and it was that was my first TV that I could have in my room, you know, and so I had my computers connected up to that. It didn't have an audio output, and it didn't have anything. It literally had an aerial input, and that was it, and it was a pain in the arse. But I connected an audio output to that. I took that apart. I survived to tell the tale. I drilled a hole in the side. I put a little audio socket on it, and I wired it into the speaker connector. And so when you plugged in, it disconnected the TV speaker, and I ran it into my amp. Now, I wasn't aware that TVs in general tended to have a live chassis. So you know, it was fine. I'd connected it with a cable, and it all worked. It all worked beautifully. I had audio then out through the big speakers on my stereo, from the TV, from the computers, from whatever. So you know, that was fine until I hot plugged it one day, and I blew the power amp output on the TV, and I blew the amp in my amp, the amp chip in my amp, and I was like, what the hell? And so I measured it. It's like 100 and something volts on this 3.5mm jack. How I didn't fucking kill myself, I don't know. But anyway, I know, yeah, the RGB mods are yeah, a lot of them do have that, because ultimately they are RGB machines inside. George, remember I was saying earlier about the I built an MP3 player out of an Amiga 1200. Back in the day, I started a project for a wireless keyboard and mouse for the Amiga. Oh, whoops. Cable's not long enough. 2 seconds. And here it is. That's 2 joystick inputs and a keyboard input. And then you've got a receiver at the other end that plugs into the connectors. And that just charges off a USB-C power supply. And you can see there it's got a charge of three LEDs. That's good for about 6 hours. So I have a prototype. I have one of them. Yes, I had it at Terrible Bytes. I brought it to the most recent the Kickstart show, and I used it for a Sensible Soccer competition, and nobody complained about the lag, and that was my test. So I think it passed the test. Well, I've measured it, and it's between 1 and 2 frames, but no one complained about it. Like, so a scientific measurement with an oscilloscope measures it at about sort of anything between kind of like I can't remember now, but 20 to 30 milliseconds. So it's kind of, I'm sure people complain about that, but you know, middle-aged Amiga users playing Sensible Soccer don't seem to. Some of them were very good players, actually, and Nag Graham was one of them, and he said he didn't notice any lag, and he's quite a prolific game player. So you probably get more lag from an LCD monitor, to be fair, but I'm trying to keep it as low as possible. So I'm using cheap Chinese Bluetooth modules in there, but you can probably get better ones. And you know, if it's something that I'm going to like actually do something with, I might try it with some more expensive lower lag modules. But it works. It supports keyboards, mice, CD32 pads, joysticks, and even Mega Drive pads. Yeah, like the thing is that I could probably even make it that you can plug in different modules. You know, we'll see what happens. But anyway, these I don't know what the story is with this. There are flags for whether a gadget stays usable. Yeah, the zero lag solution. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but you know, what's the point in that? Where's the fun? But that has like a 2 amp hour mobile battery in it, and a little lithium ion controller in it, and it gets about 8 hours from a full charge. But the intention was for me to have this MP3 player Amiga that looks like a CD player and can sit below the TV and not look like a computer at all. It looks a little bit like a CD TV, and then have a wireless joystick, mouse, and keyboard for it. And you know, so it's very living room friendly. Oh yeah, I'm like, you could easily fit the joystick thing inside the body of a joystick. Like they're quite big. Oh, are they actually? I'd say I thought you were kind of messing, because there were old Atari wireless joysticks for the original 2600 that worked, but they were kind of like you know, they were 80s quality kit. Well, not 80s standard kind of stuff, you know. And I don't think they were particularly great. Yeah. But I haven't seen the new 2600 plus and 7800 plus. I haven't even seen that there is a 7800 plus, to be fair, because the 7800 is kind of one of those, it's a bit of a unicorn of a machine these days, because they sold so poorly. Anyways, right, you can't see what I'm doing here because I'm looking up the auto docs for the Amiga OS. I'm just trying to find what the hell the flags are for for that list view. Tags, GT list view. Oh, sorry, you know where I can see them. Aha. The uni joystickle. Which one's that? Why are none of the fucking constants showing up here? Oh my god, what is going on? Something is funny that this is not picking up all the GTLV tags, because they should be in here. The hash? No? Oh, I don't know. Yeah. Fair enough. No, that's cool. And you see, the thing is, there are a few different devices that give you the ability to add, like wireless mice, wireless joysticks, wireless keyboards, or joypads and stuff like that to the Amiga. So my intention was not to do anything to compete with them, or not that I'm deliberately trying not to compete with them, but my thing is a very specific thing of emulating a CD32 pad with an actual CD32 pad. Sounds weird, but that's what it's doing. It's decoding the actual Amiga mouse, the actual Amiga joysticks and pads, and then recreating the same signal at the other end. Yes, that's the thing. With emulation like that, you can have whatever hardware you want in there. Really, you can just add what you want, and it'll emulate it on the host side, if you like. Well, you know what? You can sign up as a beta tester, because I literally only have one of them at the moment, one pair. But I want to rework it, and it's on the list of projects for the rare times that I have time. So I combine all my hobbies when we do these streams. It's the drinking with other people, and the staying up late, and the programming, and the all of it is just crammed into the one slot that I get. But yeah, it's all good now. So let me just have a quick look at this web page, and then we'll GT list view. Show selected. Oh no. GTLV selected. There we go. No. I'll have to look it up, because there's a tag that you use, and that is basically it means that when you click something, it stays active. So you choose your selection. So let me see what we can do with that. But anyways, so I also wanted to add a scan button. Well, let's do if we want to have half width items, so GW
inner width divided by 2. So if we want to have two gadgets the width of the window, so we want them 5 pixels from the edges, and we want a 5 pixel gap in the middle. That means 15. So IW is 15 divided by 2. And we'll do that 5 by 5. Inner height. Gadget height. W equals 16. So this will be GH. No, sorry. Inner height minus GH minus GH minus 10. And this will be, and that will be gadget width. Q. Gadget width. So this one will be GW plus 10. Gadget width, gadget height, disconnect. What? Place text in. So that should be a disconnect button, and then below that we'll have a so inner height. Scan. And that should be it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up some constants, because I don't like having the magic numbers there anymore. So or having the magic numbers there like that. So gadget so that was device or gadget 0, gadget 1. Actually, you know what, we probably want them just below there. We'll do them here. It probably doesn't make a difference, and but anyways, I'm sure I'll find a 4th button to add, but 0, 1, 2, and 3. So GT list and ID is going to be it was G list, wasn't it? G list connect disconnect. And the reason for doing this is because you'll use these IDs for in the main loop for identifying what gadget's being clicked. Gscan. Okay, so in our main loop, select EV, so that's if it closed the window. So if one of the gadgets has been clicked, select we'll add a little variable here. I'm putting loads of print statements in for debugging purposes, but I should be putting these as a compiler directive that only compiles in when the debug variable is present. So it's quite good for debug code because all you do is set it to 0, and then that code is actually doesn't even get compiled in. So it's quite good because you don't have to comment it out or anything like that, and you don't have to worry about it making your executable even bigger, because Blitz is perfectly capable of making giant executables by itself. GH. And so that's it. So select gadget hit, and select, and then G connect, G disconnect, G scan. Oh, I'm making it worse. That's what I wanted. G scan. So we want basically this. Device count, scan devices. So what we should do is I want to add a status bar as well at some point, just to show scanning ... so you know what it's actually doing and why it won't respond to you. Device count is scan devices is equal to, so we should do so we will delete that whole list. And then, oh no, do that first. Actually, yeah, and then is it devices or is it list? Jesus, I can't remember. Device list. So that should blank the list, and then we'll add the devices to it and do the scan again. Should we? Well, that will disconnect anyway. So so we should set connected false, and then if it finds something that it wants to connect to again, then we'll set it to true. So let's just see if that works. Oh, actually, we want to also set this 5, inner width minus 10, inner height minus 60. Should look a bit better. Hey, words are too long. But it's finding nothing. Fine, we didn't expect that. Found nothing. So let's see what happens if we we'll just make this a bit shorter. And we click scan. Oh no! Array or pointer is not a list. Devices. Why? What? Device. So we've got two lists that are involved. Devices and device list. Device count and devices. Sorry, device count. Clear this device list. Yeah, we don't need to clear the devices because that's a What would you call it? An indexed array rather than a list array. Okay, so we're getting nothing, scanning nothing. Speaker is on, but not searching. Okay, nothing found. Now, click the button, scan. Oh, unable to scan for devices. Why? AT plus pair, byte received 77. So, straight away, oh, for God's sake, it didn't even do the scan. Oh, for God's sake. So what we have to do is we have to... AT plus pair is... It's just after repairing with the most recent device. Which is cool, but also annoying in a way, because... Scan devices. I'm looking for the OK, and it skipped that entirely. It's just decided to jump straight to the searching. Oh my God. Oh, you bastard. So I can't just skip lines in between because... Sorry, put that beside the mic. JBL Flip 5. Okay. Oh, I did it again. I banged my ear. Yeah, that is after connecting and making noise again. So scan, we wipe the list and we start again. It's working again. Yeah, okay. Cool. Okay, but I think what happened was the first time it seemed like it was in the middle of a... In case you want to prevent a connection to that. Yes, and that's a thing. And the problem is, George, that is a part of the module rather than my software. So I do need to get it to forget. And I don't know how to do that because it's a shitty Chinese device and I don't have the information. So, there is... Oh, I can't remember the command that I was able to get a bit of feedback on... Like, it seems like it looks like it has a number of slots, and you can put a device ID in a slot, and it will remember those devices. So like 10 devices or whatever. And so I need to be able to write null to all those device slots or something like that basically get to dump that table. I'm waiting on it to find the next door's TV. That's cool. I'm like I love that. As soon as I press the button, it's kind of it's class. It's like a real device. So I think the disconnect button should forget the list because it shouldn't have the I have to figure out how to do that. I can't remember. But it shouldn't have the... I would like it to automatically connect if there is a device there that wants to connect and not even have to run the software. But if you want to connect to new software, it's bad if it stops to search as soon as you connect. So I think the disconnect button should disconnect and forget the list of connected devices. because you're not going to click disconnect very often, I would say. What's annoying me is that there should be a 5 pixel gap between those buttons. So we go down the bottom here. Yeah, it's cool, isn't it? Even if it is kind of not actually, it's not like USB. You know, it's closer to a USB mouse adapter than it is to a Poseidon USB device, because a Poseidon USB device is actually connecting the OS to the device, whereas the Amiga knows nothing about a Bluetooth audio device. But what would be nice is an AHI driver, but this is totally like a whole hardware level below that. Sorry, that should be -5. Dell VM link. Yes, I saw a mention of that, right? Yeah, but yeah, that's it. This is fucking weird hardware, to be fair. But the delete VM link. Yeah, I've tried that in a terminal, and it kind of it responds that yes, but it doesn't do anything. It doesn't do what the datasheet says it should do. So yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. It does have a number of slots or whatever, and that seems to be the thing. But thanks, Javier. Good night, and cheers. Best of luck to you. More wine, indeed. More wine. What else do you need on a Friday night? Are you having a drink, Graham? I can just imagine you there, looking at weird Chinese data sheets, half cut. Well, you know what? Let's put another button in there, and let's make it do a scan, right? So let's quit this, and let's put a debug button in. Debug. Oh, nice. Oh, cider. That's the ideal drink for a muggy night like this, to be fair. That is absolutely, yes. Fair play. Debug. We've got a debug button. Let's just we can rename this at some other point, and let's send. No, absolutely, yeah. See, I don't feel bad putting ice in a Scotch whiskey because I'm not a big Scotch drinker. I'm not a big whiskey drinker at all. So you know, so I'm happy to put ice in it. I would put Coke in a whiskey. But yeah, so yeah, no ice. Like if you buy a bottle of Bulmers now in Bulmers in Ireland is what Magners is here. So you buy a pint bottle of Bulmers and a pint glass of ice, and you kind of just keep topping it up, and that's the way. Dave, you wouldn't fucking believe it, but that is exactly what the receivers do. No, you know what? I Graham, you're safe because I just don't bother. You know, so I'm keeping these whiskies for the next time you stay over. So and I've got a bottle of Irish whiskey, Glendalough whiskey, which is from my home county, and my mother brought it over for me. You know, I'm not a big whiskey drinker, and I had a bottle of that at home, and she ended up drinking it, and decided, oh God, I better feel guilty, or she felt guilty, and I better replace it. So she brought me over a bottle of like of Glendalough whiskey. I'm like, what the fuck am I gonna do with this? But there's something for you to try. I'm not going to drink it with Coke either because, you know, I to be fair, I respect the craft that's gone into these different drinks. But anyways, this Bluetooth module, right? If you plug this into headphones, it gives you this funny Chinese. I've connected to something. I have to do it. I have to do it. Where's my line-in cable? I need a line-in cable. Someone give me a line-in cable. I can do this. My headphone cable isn't long enough. Hold on. I don't even know where the line is on this machine. Let's have a look and see if I've got a line in on the front panel. Do I? No, microphone and headphones. Of course not. Line in is under the desk. Hold on. Oh, there! I found another one. I knew there was one around. A longer one. I nearly knocked the mic over. There we go. Now, where's my OBS gone? Oh shit, where's that cable gone? I can do this. I'm a professional. By the way, I found my old mag light from many years ago. Proper incandescent light bulb in it. And it is a beautiful thing. It's great. Okay, so I've got a line in. Let's power this thing. Or let's... Is my line in doing anything? Are you hearing a lot of noise? Let's turn this up. Are you hearing clicking or anything like that? Nope. Because I'm touching it and I can see the graph moving. Not really. It says we're okay, cool. Yeah. Okay, now let me find a micro USB thing to power this. Oh, the things I do for you guys. Okay, I got micro USB, I got line in, and they're all tight, they're all tangled up. So, wait to hear this thing, Dave. This is exactly what you wanted.
Bluetooth mode.
Is it going to pair? Is it going to pair?
The Bluetooth device is connected successfully.
Is that giving you noise? I can see it doing things. I can't actually fucking hear what's going on in the line in. What's it doing? There you go. So it's a 3-pound Bluetooth receiver. Now it's noise. Yeah, because it's oh, that's the wrong one.
that one because it's connected to my device. And yeah, it's deadly.
Bluetooth mode.
Monitor that. Why can't I monitor that?
The Bluetooth device is connected successfully.
I don't know. It's a mystery. And it's noise again. I take it. It looks like noise. Yeah, cool. I can't hear what she's saying. So there's something. Oh, it's probably my sound card doing funny things. But anyways, yeah. So that's exactly what you wanted. There's a little chip on there, and it has some very dodgy Chinglish recorded onto it. But it works. It works. I think I've got like a glass left in that bottle. I'm not sure if I should finish it or not, considering I'm probably going to be up in an hour. Yeah, can you imagine? Bluetooth device connected. Yeah. Oh, that was terrible. I don't even know what accent that was. That's a terrible thing. God. But yeah, it's just bonkers. That's whatever chip that was. And again, can't find a data sheet for that chip, but at least it only does one thing. It connects when you press the button, and that's it. It's bizarre. It doesn't even have a data connection for trying to write software for it. Yeah, if I had the data sheet for that, that chip, I could probably reprogram it. But yeah. I hear you're a racist now, Father. That does remind me. In my old job, there was one of the buildings in my old job, which was in Ireland, in Bray, in Ireland. And there's a lift, and the lift was made by some company in Ireland, and you went up, and it goes first floor, second floor, and it was this posh, almost like a BBC accent, But when you were going down, it went like second floor, first floor, ground floor, because someone had re-recorded the ground floor thing in this Dublin accent. It was fucking ridiculous. It's kind of thinking, you kind of have to explain this to the visitors. Like, going up, or like all the other floors was female, and British BBC, everyone in the world can understand it. Going down, it was like when you got to the ground floor, it was just this. It was the guy who actually installed the lift. It was absolutely bonkers. But anyways, I'd love to know who that was, and if it was actually the guy that installed the lift, Right? Are you sticking around for another 15 minutes or so? We'll finish this off. Why not? Why now? Indeed. So 29 degrees here. I think I'm sweating this out as quick as I can drink it. That would be excellent. Oh, to do Glenn. Oh, to get Glenn to do it. Yeah. I'm not going to insult him by trying to do his accent. But yeah, that would be brilliant. Oh, the next time there's an Amiga Ireland, I'll get him to do it. Well, you see, the Irish English, there's a Dublin accent, and it puts in extra W's where they're not needed, like floor, flower. George, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. More potentially to start a clean session. I've read that blog, and it is nothing. It is definitely not the chip I have. But AT plus reset and it doesn't work. AT plus discon does. AT plus VM link. Well, look, yeah, that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna spend this glass of wine putting in these commands into the debug button, and then we can see what they output. What the actual fuck? Hey! Whoa! I didn't touch. I fucking genuinely didn't touch the J button there. My keyboard has had as much wine as I have. What the fuck happened there? Yeah. Do you remember back before Microsoft owned Skype, and you know you had where you write the message and there was a smiley button. There was a smiley button beside it. But if you change the font to Comic Sans, the smiley button turned into a sad smiley. I thought, yeah, there's someone at 10 o'clock at night has earned their money there. But anyway, I think it disappeared when Microsoft bought it. That's kind of what it felt like. I'm like, hey, whoa. But you know, AI in an Amiga 3000 keyboard is quite the feat. Because it's got 128 bytes of RAM or something in there. Oh yes. What was I doing? Yes, okay, let's add some tasks to this button. So what do we want to debug? See, we've spent half an hour on this. It actually takes 2 minutes to write the code. What are we doing? Send serial. What command do you want, Graham? Let's do AT plus dev lm. AT plus VM link to list them. Because I think this worked, but it didn't do what we expected. I think it output multiple lines. So AT. Oh yeah, AT with GMR. With a question mark or without a question mark? Because a query. We'll try that. We'll try it with that anyway, and then we'll do an L for next loop. And because I don't know how this will look. No question mark in the example. So let's give this a go anyway. And do the deep. Oh, fuck off. You see, I curse it when it does it. I curse it when it doesn't do it, because when it doesn't do it, I make up variable names halfway through things and wonder why my code doesn't work then. You know, why have we got null references here? Okay, give up on the read. I might shorten that. Although I can't really, that's coming from the module. 0 devices found. Devices. Oh, let's use that Amiga power to do this. Debug. Command error. Yeah, exactly. I got a lot of this with Telnet, or what was it, with Putty. I was, putting in the commands in Putty, and like, what kind of board are you? What are you? So I've no idea. So let's try it with with a question mark, and compile. I should probably not scan, or probably press the button. Anyways,
It's called BT Audio so far. I'm welcome to better names, or I'm welcome to suggestions for better names. Oh! Question mark, that's what it needs. Look at that. V1.4. V1.7 is printed on the PCB. Yes, BT Audio is shit. But by all means, I'm open to suggestions, because at this point all I have to do is rename the file and it will become the new name. Be V1.1 in the examples. Yeah, so you see what I mean? Like this is what I'm Ami BT. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we need a question mark on the end of that query, so that's good. We know that anyway. What other commands should we try? This. Oh yeah, we haven't done anything with disconnect yet, actually. Send serial. You have that thing open. What's the disconnect command? We'll do an AT VM link in a minute. I just want to disconnect. It's discon, isn't it? See what happens there. Yep. And then we'll do the same thing here, just for debug purposes. Oh, I should have put in the other command. Yeah. Anyways, I don't even know what it'll do if I disconnect it. I should turn that on and make it connect quicker. Oh, too late. Disconnect. Okay, so it disconnects happily. Connect I haven't done anything with. Let's do the Paula cast. Oh, now we're getting somewhere. AT plus VM link. Yes, I think that did work, but it didn't look like the examples. Let's see what that does. It has fucked itself over somehow. Let's try that again. Oh shit, what have I done? Unable to init. What's happened here? Oh shit. It's not doing anything now. Okay, time to unplug and plug again. Hold on. When in doubt, let's try it again. There we go. Yeah, exactly. Plug it out and plug it in again. Same with Solus. Okay, so we're connected now. So what was the debug doing? Okay, so what does this mean? Serial string read. Okay, Bluetooth add number 0. Name number 0. Auto link add, and that's the MAC address of the speaker. Okay, so maybe that's doing something. For store device. Yeah, exactly. So it's a store device. So let's try and delete. Yeah, it's working. You can feel the bass in that noise. I should have pressed disconnect. Now it's just making noise. AT plus DLVM link. Okay, it's after cancelling the connection. One device is found, and we got a noise again. What happens when we press debug? Did I not update that? What? What? Am I too drunk? Did I not update that? I did update that. Oh God. Just testing you. Oh yeah. Okay, let's save that. Okay. It's connected again after it disconnected. Okay. It responded with delete underscore VM link. Okay, I've disconnected from the speaker. Now, scan. It's connected to it again. So it's deleted the yeah. See, this is what I was coming up against before. Oh, here. It's deleted the list, but it hasn't. You know what I mean? It's still connecting automatically to this one, unless it's an automatic thing. Oh, you know what? See, I couldn't get the scan command to work. So when I found that the pair command does a scan, I'm assuming that Rob's blue teeth. You know, it's not far off after this. Yeah, so the scan command doesn't work. Doesn't do anything. It just gives me the command error. So the pair command runs a scan, but that runs a scan that connects to recent devices, even though I've deleted the recent device list. So I don't know what the fuck is going on there. AT plus rest doesn't work. Let's compile that anyway and see what happens. Well, I tried both. It does reset, but it doesn't do a whole lot. Yeah. Ah, yes. Scan has done nothing, and Oh, what's going on now? What the fuck? It's reading. Oh, for fuck's sake. Whoa, hold on a second. Whoa, whoa. AT plus rest. What's happened here? Okay, now AT plus rest I tried because I thought, you know, that they're using 4 digits because it's, or 4 characters because that's the 32-bit number, and that's kind of, you know, that's like the IFF chunks, you know, B map and C map and that kind of stuff. And then and that didn't do anything. But it seems to have done something here. So we write the reset, and then it immediately connects. It doesn't even search. It immediately connects to the first device. And then it does the same thing again. This is fucking mental. Electrotech Online. Yeah, see, this is what I have. I actually have this in my browser bookmarks. And it should give a power on, and I'm not even getting a power on there. I'm getting a like I send a the reset, and immediately I get connection to 1, con 1, connect to, and then the next line's connect to the flip 5. Do I get that if I connect again? Yeah. Oh, now what I get? So now I get that. I get scan. Then I get command error. Then I get scan. These chips are shite. They really are. Yeah. I solved this problem 12 years ago at some point. Yeah. Oh God. And to think that I joined EAB because I was Googling something and I found someone referencing one of my designs in 2009, I think it was. 16 years ago. I found and that was it. Like, it was kind of that was my clock port splitter actually, and someone was talking about my clock port splitter on EAB, and so I joined EAB to join in the discussion, and then they kind of like, yeah, no, nothing to see here, and then he started selling the clock port splitter. But anyways, how are you, Matthias? Or Matthias? I can't believe I drank a bottle of wine tonight. You guys are pricks. But yeah, we've made a lot of progress tonight. So yeah, that command is doing weird things. What happens if I press it again? Scan, 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 scan. It's doing really quick scans. No. Absolutely. Salt of the earth. Salt of the earth. So. Oh, fuck! This isn't a proper terminal like Vince said or anything like that. Like, so I can't scroll back. So why is it now when I do a reset doing multiple scans? I might end up buying one of the other boards with the longer chip, because it's probably the same chip as that, because that's like this kind of where's my finger gone? This rectangular chip here is probably the same chip as that, and that just works. Mind you, this chip just works if you just connect it to a device and send audio. It just works. But that's the thing is, again, like, it's, well, that's 10 quid as well. I'm like, oh, I don't want to spend 10 quid on an absolutely shite board. But there's a few others there that are black PCBs. I'm like, yeah, I could do black PCB with 2-star reviews. Ah, dear. So a £7 one is a 2-star review. A £12 one has the exact same photo and a 4-star review. And oh god, yeah. See, this is the thing. You have no idea what you're getting. And this guy, I presume, has just bought like 1,000 of the board that I have, and is selling them. And that's how I've. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. That's it. So what'll happen is I'll end up ordering that, and I'll get the same board, even though it looks different in the photo. And they'll say, "Well, it's a work-alike," and oh, my capture card has crashed again. Oh, it's probably not liking the heat. Oh, my microphone is not liking the cable linked. Black PCs are awesome. It's funny you say that, because my first PCB, which was that clock port splitter I was talking about, had was on a black PCB, because at the time that was a shiz. eBay link. What's that? Ooh, that looks very different. It's a receiver though, but it's just it has the same weird logo on the chip, the JL logo or JC logo. If this turns out to be a Peter Mulholland thing, I'll fucking shoot him. But that's a receiver. It looks like out left and out right. So yeah, no, that's yeah. That's an equivalent to the other one that I bought, which was like about 3 quid. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I'm actually sorted for receivers. Because I was thinking of putting one of these behind the amp. One of these guys, and just like literally whatever Bluetooth device is in range connects to it and plays audio. I'm fine with that, because the amp will be switched to something else unless you want it anyway. So, I'm just going to connect that to a USB power supply on the back of the amp and plug it in and leave it there forever. Oh, now, philosophical question. If I convert old Commodore speakers to Bluetooth, do I need to pay the 6.4% tax? Are they still the same speakers, or are they a new product? And yeah, following on from that, should I change the LED in them from red to blue? And if I change the LED from red to blue, does that constitute a new product? It's all a big fucking mess anyway. But this is doing weird shit. Scan, scan, command error, scan, scan, scan. Badness is happening when I do the rest thing. I'm going to try the reset, actually. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's see what happens. I could do this more efficiently by just, you know, sharing the PC screen and putting putty up and, you know, doing it that way. But where's the fun in that? Oh, no, reset. Now, if someone has decided that this should be a small e and capital everything else, that's fucking next level trolling. See what happens. Oh, the reset command works. So reset works. Rest is what the fuck? Like what the actual fuck is rest? So reset is doing a reset. Or a reset triggers scan without forcing a pair. No, I think what's happened here is we have forced it into some other situation that it has what's going on there? So reset, but I think I do a reset when I start the program. Do I not? Do I not in a Bluetooth? No, I don't. And I commented out this because it doesn't let you set the Bluetooth name if you're the host. Oh yeah. Main loop. I said main loop. It did. It did. Let's do scan devices, and we'll send a reset there. Oh, for fuck's sake! Simpler. Let's see what happens here. it's just tripped over itself. That's going to do the same thing. Scan. Yeah, so we need an extra line in there for the reset. 18 reset. And yeah, it did say scan after the reset, but it said lots of scans, and a scan is like normally like sort of 45 seconds or something like that, and it was kind of saying it again and again and again. Power on, scan. Is that scanning for saved pairings? Mm-hmm. Let's see what it does now. It gave a blank line. Ooh, interesting. Oh, I've got it down here, do I? Oh, God. Oh, unable to scan for devices. Why? Why? Fuck's sake. Try that with speaker on. Yeah, see, that's what I'm doing now. See, scan is running the same routine. Ha! It's connecting. And then it's doing a reset. George, good luck to you, and good night, and thanks very much. Thanks for calling in. Yeah, we'll see you again soon. This is a weird one. A weird one indeed. Oh my God. What is going on? So it does a reset, scan, blank line, scan, okay the reset. So it's, what? Why? What? Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, I know what's happening here. Because it had connected, it has stopped listening to the serial port and the buffer has been filling up. And that's what's happening. So in the serial port buffer, you've got a scan, skip line, scan, okay reset. This is random gibberish. Power on, scan. And then okay reset because I clicked it again. Yeah. Yeah, I need more debug buttons. How did I actually end up with that up there? Okay, yeah. Yeah. I don't know if that works. This reset before the as part of the scan. So let's see what happens if we do that. What was the remove devices command again? What we should do is we should do some sort of delay here. Doesn't matter, and then BL send serial that. Let's see what happens here. This is weird. Start a scan. So something was received there, but it wasn't a printable character. So nothing is being picked up there. Scan. I've pressed the pair button. Okay. I just ignored it because it showed up before the. Yeah. Ah, shit. What's that about? Okay, I think that is. Yeah, see, you could pour an infinite amount of time into that kind of debugging shit, like, and it's not going to get you much. Why isn't this finished the scan? Ooh, it's stuck in some kind of loop. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Who knows whose shoes you're gonna piss on? Okay, right, you can go. So, scan device. So we're gonna get rid of these anyway because I don't think that's doing what we want them to do. See, it's actually the board itself stops the scan when it reports a scan. So when it reports a connection. So we do need to delete the previous scans. You see, this is what the scan command is supposed to do. It's supposed to do this and supposed to present it in a really nice way. And it fucking doesn't. I did kind of write to them. Did I say that earlier? But I did kind of. I bought it on eBay and I said, what's the story here? And they sent an automated reply saying, sorry, your device is faulty. I'm like, it's not faulty. I just don't have the information I need. Give me the information. And they haven't got back to me. So, yeah. Fun times, fun times. First, I issue an AT plus discon to stop the scanning. Oh. Okay, right. Where were we? Before the reset. Just going to separate this bit out here because this is what we're concentrating on. So is that before the reset command? Sorry, I've closed that page here. No, I do have it open again. And yes, it's after the reset. Okay. Yeah, after the reset, let's AT plus disconnect. So we just need to dump the value of that, or the return of that, because it'll sit in the buffer otherwise. Let's see what happens. Ooh. let's that's this whole thing here. Let's see what happens now. Yeah. Okay, plus reset, it doesn't do a scan. Stop that. Why isn't it repeating the scan? Why isn't it actually doing the scan? Device list, reset. Move that in anyway. Where are we failing here again? Sorry, I'm struggling to concentrate here. If the discount stops the scan, yeah. Serial string. Oh, so it needs a bit of a delay, or it needs a bit of a. See, the scan. The receive. The line received thing, I think, is just printing blank lines. So it's not actually anything information received. So here's the line received. No, it is receiving something. Yeah, you may be onto something there. No, sorry, what are we doing? Scan devices. Reset, disconnect, receive serial. Next die. Okay, so let's put a bunch of lines in there to see. Let's see what happens. I'm not seeing 10 lines of anything there. What's going on? I need more. I need more than that. Serial. Good night, Dave. Thanks for calling in. Much appreciated. I'm not even doing that. Scan. We're not getting there. Why aren't we getting there? What's going on? Here, sensor. Scan devices. AT reset. Receive serial is going to return nothing. just see if we're printing the lines. There. No. Compensate the delay and the discon after it. Okay. And the discount, but that's back to where we are. Yeah. So, scan devices, send serial AT reset. Okay, it says OK reset. And here, 1. And then we got power on. No, see, is there a delay there? So this is what I put in the delay for, because you want to the board to reboot, basically. So there's a delay there of like 1/5 of a frame. So we're trying to receive 10 lines here, but it's only printing. Oh, it is. Sorry, it's printing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it's going through the whole loop, and then eventually gets to a scan. So it's the reset is resetting and starting a new scan. So what you're saying is we have to reset, wait for the scan, and then do an interrupt. Yeah. I mean, that should do it. That's what delay was there for. But yeah. So we've put it after the receive. Let's see what happens. Here, it's there. I keep on doing that. So here, and we're getting the full execution of the loop as well. So receive serial. Send serial. AT reset. Okay, so there's the response. Then we get to here. And byte receive. Yeah, that's fine. Power on. It takes quite a while for it to start the scan. But is that a scan free of other devices to connect to? There's no noise coming from it. Yeah, so maybe that's what we need to do, is just send the reset, then discon, and then wait a while. Oh, so it is. So it is. Jesus, I think that's heat related because it's getting more and more frequent. Yeah. It might be. It might be. Yeah, I should probably call it a night, to be fair. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're onto something there, and I think oh shit. I just realized. So, this function here, I commented out the unable to scan thing, so that will just quit straight away. Shit. Scan devices, delays 50, function return 0. Why didn't I comment that out? The fuck's that about? Gonna change things entirely. Oh, maybe not. Okay, yeah, there you go. It's actually doing the scan. Oh. And it's making a noise. So all of that is for fucking nothing. So it'll still connect anyway. So I need to find some other way of wiping that recently connected list. Oh, shit. Just debug DL VM list. Wasn't that it? DL VM list. I can't remember. Link. Let's put that back in the debug button. So that's doing its thing. Disconnect it. Starts the scan. Oh, press the button. Not connected. Connected. So for fuck's sake, they don't work because it's in the middle of a scan. Hey Kiffer, welcome in. How are you? How are you? I was actually thinking of just going and raiding you now in a minute, because this is being Friday. It's just a little bit frustrating. I'm writing a bit of Bluetooth software for the Amiga, and I'm trying to connect it to this Bluetooth speaker. Oh, have you? Yeah, I wasn't sure, but I bought a very, very cheap Chinese Bluetooth module, and it's been a dick. So it's yes, exactly. So it is yeah, probably not the most thrilling of streams for the last hour or so, because it's just been, what the fuck is going on here? But yeah, it's not doing well. It's not doing well. But it's all good. It's all good. It's, yeah, I see that. And yeah, so basically these are very, very cheap boards, and the commands don't seem to entirely match up with what's going on. So we've got various different revisions of chip going on, and that's what's I think that's what's happening here, because the chip looks entirely different. But you know, that can just be the chip package. But something funny is going on, and I'm absolutely exhausted, and I'm struggling to keep up with what the fuck is happening. Basically, but the delete the LV, delete the VM link seems to be doing something, but not actually deleting the links because it immediately tries to reconnect to the same device. And I don't know, but Bluetooth is the future. You know, Chris, you should get on the Bluetooth wave. But yeah, the intention of this is basically to add Bluetooth to my Amiga, so when I bring it to an Amiga show, I don't need to bring cables and amps and speakers and stuff like that. I can just bring a little Bluetooth speaker and do everything from that. And it's one of these ideas that comes to me at, like, you know, in delirium at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm having very, very many 3 o'clock in the morning half sleep moments these days. But there you go. 27.5 degrees it is in here at the moment. But anyway, how was your scream, Kiffer? How is it, Chris? Sure, let's do the streaming thing. Oh, the Dark Queen of Kryn. How's that going for you? I did drop in to you at one point not so long ago, and you were working on it. I'm like, okay, yeah, this is a solid Kiffer stream. But I wasn't commenting because I was probably soldering at the time. Right. Yes. Oh yeah, I must join you for the grand finale. Yeah, I will drop in, but I've been mostly away from the computer for the last few weeks for baby related reasons. So yeah, as you're aware. But yes. So yeah, it's all good here. It's all a very, very sleepy blur, but it's all good. But anyways, yes. So my apologies, Chris, because I was just about to raid out. But here we are. This is reaching a point where I'm just like, fuck it. I'll deal with this some other day and solve the problem in 5 minutes that could have been solved an hour ago. So you fought a giant dragon, and then had to follow a floating rock around a building. Right. Yes, that does happen. It does happen. I fixed the guy's Amiga yesterday, and he gave me a bottle of wine for it. He gave me a bottle of wine, and his missus gave me a bottle of wine. So I got 2 bottles of wine yesterday, and I drank one of them tonight. And it's been a lovely night. And yeah, I'm going to pay for that because the baby is due to wake up at any time now. Yes. Oh god. Right. So I'm going to go away now, and absolutely. But the baby is going to wake itself, and this is what happens. So you can be as quiet as you want. You could be in a different fucking building entirely, and the baby will just wake up and be like, "Okay, it's morning. Feed me. Let's go." So yeah, I'm going to pay for this. I'm going to pay for this badly. In, I'd say, half an hour. I'd say. Yes, exactly. It's hangover time somewhere. The baby will know exactly how to fix this programming issue. Yeah, probably. You know what? I have it in the back of my mind that I'm going to set James up with a Raspberry Pi and Scratch, and I'm going to get him programming with that. See how he gets on. The speaker's still making a stupid noise because it's connecting. I'm getting a noise. The speaker is connected to something, but that something is not connected to anything, and that's the problem. Well, no, that's not the problem. that's a problem I can solve by soldering a wire to it. But the problem is it will insist on connecting to the nearest thing once it's connected to anything ever in its life before, and that's basically the problem. I'm trying to get it to forget everything it knows and just give me a list of everything that's present. Noise from the back rooms. Yes. But we did have one crash. I had a crash count. We did have one crash where my machine completely locked up, and that was that. I think it's a heat related thing, but my capture card crashed 3 times. Or just froze 3 times. But plugging and unplugging the cable sorted that out. And yeah, so I think, can you force a forget the device using the connect button? I did see that on the blog post as well, that if you hold the connect button powering it up, and that's a thought, but it means holding down the button when you power it up, unless I can rig some way of software controlling that. That's a bit iffy. But that's something for tomorrow, and I will think of that while I'm changing nappies. Yeah, no, I'll definitely be thinking of that. That's a fair point. I'm gonna see if I can force feed it a disconnect, or like a software disconnect, a reset through the button. Yeah. Anyways, let's see. Is there anyone streaming now? Should I go and raid someone? Is anyone streaming at all? Let's see. What does this button do? Show me, show me, show me. Nobody's streaming. Oh, someone's streaming, but that's a randomer. Amiga Live is streaming, and they don't even have a game playing, so I'm not even going to bother, because Amiga Live, for Chris and whoever else doesn't know, is it's awesome, right? So it's an emulator setup where you can play local multiplayer games online, which is very cool. So, basically 2 different people can connect up to it, and you can play a 2-player game of Skid Marks or Settlers or whatever, and that's really cool. Nobody's on it at the moment, so I'm not even going to bother rating it. It's kind of its automated service kind of thing. So I will just say goodnight, and yeah, we will carry on with this some other time, and because it's going to annoy the hell out of me. It is, and usually there's some of the music people playing this late at night. The Tangerine Club were playing earlier tonight. They're brilliant actually if you want to watch them, but they're finished now. So, well. Okay, let's... Amigos Retro Gaming. Is that different to the Amigos? Who are the... I'm just going to have a look at them, see if they're raidable. Where's my thingy? Where's my... Oh, fuck, I don't even know. I'm so tired and drunk. Search. Oh, not wrong keyboard. Amigos Retro Gaming. What are they doing? Oh, they're playing a bit of Gods. Oh, it's the Amigos, but it's just a different tag. Okay, yeah. Well, let's go and raid them. Okay, cool. Sure, there's a few people. Grant. Raid in, and then I will head to bed for probably 15 minutes. But yeah, listen. Thank you everyone for joining in. It's been awesome. And yes, it's been awesome. It's been drunken, and it's been a good old day. Right. So thanks very much, everyone, and good night. Where's my button? Oh my god. Night.